Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Council. Shall we commence and call the first witness?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before calling our first witness, I would like to make one or two announcements. First of all, is there anyone representing the Government of Islamic Republic of Iran or any of the agencies of the Islamic Republic? Further, anyone representing any of the 133 persons listed as accused in the tribunal's documents? Finally, please make sure that your mobile phones are switched off. Please also make sure that you do not show any emotion during the proceedings of the tribunal. Mr. Chairman, our first witness is Ms. Shadi Sadr.
Good morning. Ms. Sadr, could you repeat after me, please? I do solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
Good morning. I do solemnly declare that I speak the truth,
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
So first questions from Council, then followed by questions from the panel.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sadr's report appears at pages 61 to 130 of your bundle. Shadi Sadr is an award-winning human rights advocate. She is the co-founder and executive director of Justice for Iran, one of the three promoters of this tribunal. She is a defender of human rights and women's rights, LGBT rights. She was convicted by a Tehran Revolutionary Court in absentia in 2010 for acting against national security. She has received numerous awards, including Human Rights Defenders Tulip Award in 2009 and an honoree of Harvard Law International Women's Day in 2018. Her report, Hierarchy of Atrocities, appears pages 61 to 130 of your bundle. Ms. Sadr, could you please make your presentation to the tribunal?
Thank you. Before I start my presentation, I just want to note that during my research on the videos of protests in 2019 and the state violence, I was assisted by my fellow researchers, Shima Mehrani, Mehdi Bakhtiar, Arun Askari, and Omid Shams. Therefore, whenever in this presentation I use the word we, I'm referring to this research group. Today, I'm presenting a summary of the finding of the audiovisual investigation I have undertaken on the November 2019 atrocities. I have already submitted a more elaborate version to the tribunal in the Hierarchy of Atrocity report. In this, right after the crackdown on the 2019 protest, we began collecting videos of protests and state violence as we considered and still consider them the most powerful, undeniable documents to identify perpetrators on the ground. These videos were captured by brave eyewitnesses risking their lives, whether they were protesters or not, and posted on social media or sent to media organizations outside Iran. Over the course of 3 months, we collected 2,280 videos from publicly available sources. These videos confirm protests taking place in at least 86 cities in 29 provinces out of 31 provinces of Iran. I then began verifying videos in terms of the locations and times. I tried to understand the timeline of the events in each city and identify the forces involved in shooting, killing, and injuring protesters and bystanders. Images and text posted on social media platforms by users in Iran, mainly on Twitter, and to a much lesser extent on Instagram, have also been analyzed for this investigation. Whenever possible, I supplemented the information by the accounts of eyewitnesses and family members of victims who agreed to interview with us, as well as the official statement. Before I move to the result of my audiovisual investigation and to better understand the hierarchy of perpetrators, I'm presenting this organogram to the organogram of the Iranian government institutions involved in November 2019 atrocity. Our review of the official statements, and most importantly, an hour and 60-minute long interview with the Minister of Interior, aired by state-run TV on the 27th of November 2019, confirmed the following. A few hours after the news of tripling the fuel price broke, in the early hours on Friday, the 15th of November, the Minister of Interior called a country Security Council meeting. They discussed shutting down the internet, which was carried out from Monday afternoon and lasted several days and even weeks in some parts of the country. They also decided to give provincial and city governors the green light in order the armed forces to use firearms against protesters when and if deemed necessary. Under such a blanket decision, in at least 17 provinces and 45 cities, the orders of shoot to kill was issued by the local governors and executed by different units of the police, the Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, and its besieged forces, who opened fire as confirmed by uniforms and weapons captured by the videos from eyewitnesses. I could not find any uniform associated with the Islamic Republic Armed Forces, the army, in the videos we have reviewed. However, that does not categorically exclude the likelihood of their involvement in the crackdown, as suggested by Brigadier General Qumars Haydari, commander of the ground forces of the Iranian army, in an interview in March 2021. Plainclothes forces, which may have belonged to the Ministry of Intelligence, are also seen in several videos. However, the police, IRGC, Basij, and other security organs in the Islamic Republic may also use plainclothes forces to augment their uniformed forces. This makes attribution of the videos merely based on what is seen in the videos challenging, if not possible. I'm now returning to the organogram, again to give you an overall view over the hierarchy of the perpetrators before going through the attribution of what we see in the videos to the forces on the ground. As you see, the leaders of the Islamic Republic is the country's highest authority who oversees the parliament, the government, and the judiciary. According to the Constitution, he is also the supreme command of the armed forces, including the police, the army, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, and its besieged forces. After the leader, the president is the highest official in the country. He appoints ministers, including the Minister of Interior, after they get the vote of confidence from the parliament. The country's Security Council provides advisory opinions to the Minister of Interior. It consists of the General Commander of Iran's police forces, one of the Supreme Leader's advisors from the Defense Council, the head of Joint Staff on the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, the General Commander of the IRGC, and the Intelligence Minister. If a matter concerns any other government body, the highest authority of that body is also invited. The Minister of Interior can also invite one MP from the Parliamentary Commission on Internal Affairs and the Prosecutor General. The Council does have consultative status, and the ultimate decision on internal security affairs fall within the Minister of Interior's authority. The use of firearm in the context of illegal assemblies that under Iranian laws are all assemblies except for one where the organizers, the subjects, and chants are vetted by a government committee is regulated under the 1995 law on the use of firearm by armed forces if armed forces in necessary incident. Under Article 5 of the Act, armed forces may legally resort to firearms to return the order and to and control illegal assemblies where their control is deemed impossible without the use of arms. The responsibility of determining which assembly fall under this provision and as such could invoke the use of firearms rests with the local governance at provincial, city, and district levels, or, in their absence, their political deputies, and in consultation with local security councils. Provincial and local governors at district and city levels act under the supervision of the Interior Minister, who must seek counsel from the country's Security Council in such cases. Now I'm returning to the results of audio-visual investigation over 2,298 videos. Out of 2,298 videos, 310 caught the sound or image of live ammunition use or the bodies of one or more persons who had been shot moments before the recording, according to the sources on social media. Although high in numbers, the videos cannot be considered representative in demonstrating the scale of violence or identifying all the institutions involved and the extent of their involvement. On the contrary, they captured only the tip of the iceberg of what occurred between the 15th to the 18th of November 2019. Through visual and open source investigation techniques, such as video and imagery comparison, source evaluation, and attribution analysis, I have been able to verify 149 videos so far, with 164 videos still subject to further investigation and possible verification. For the verification of 26 videos, I used information provided by Amnesty International. I'm now moving to the video evidence against different state forces. Annex 1 of my report to the tribunal provides the details of 149 verified videos. In the main body of the report, I submitted some examples of the involvement of the different state forces in the use of illegal force against protesters and bystanders in detail. Due to the time constraints, I will only demonstrate very few examples of the total number of incidents for which I have reviewed, verified, dated, and geolocated in this research. Please be aware that videos I'm going to show here contain disturbing and highly violent scenes.
Can you pause for a moment before the video is showed so the warning is received by the media and the audience?
Yeah, I believe there is a disclaimer that is going to be shown by the technical assistant. Our open source investigation into the uniforms, equipment, weapons, and vehicles, and the locations where shooting took place revealed that at least 3 divisions of the Islamic Republic of Iran's police forces, or NAJA, were heavily involved in using live ammunition against civilians. They included ordinary police forces, the MDAD unit, and the special unit. One of the incidents in which ordinary police forces opened fire at unarmed protesters occurred in the city of Shahryar in Tehran province. We have found 4 videos from this incident on publicly available sources. This video is also contains some vulgar words, so I would like to ask the technical operators to just pause for a moment, pause the sound for in the first 10 seconds. Thank you. Could you pause the sound here? Thank you, it's enough. Unmute the sound, please. These scenes are highly disturbing. Next slide, please. In the first video, you can see the crowd marching and chanting "Death to the dictator." In the second and third video that capture the same moments from the different angles, we see forces wearing ordinary police uniform using Colt guns while escaping from the angry crowd throwing stones at them. At least 2 protesters, one with black and the other one with beige trousers, fell as they were shot. The fourth video, captured a few seconds later, shows a man with a black trousers lying on the ground. In the fourth and last video from this incident, we see the same man from another angle whose head is covered with blood. It remains unclear if this individual survived the shooting. The open source investigation, including geolocation and verification of date, confirms that this incident took place in the city of Shahriyar, Farmandari Square, on the 16th of November. Uniforms of the forces in the video match with the uniforms of ordinary police forces. In some incidents, the shooting at protesters took place from the rooftop of the police stations. The event in Shiraz is one example of such incident. It perhaps is one of the most documented incidents of November 2019 by multiple videos. I have selected 4 of them and put them in the sequences when the event occurred.
تانک هم آتیش گرفته اینجا. این کلانتریه نگاه. این کلانتری به حالا آتیش بزنم. کلانتری میخواد آتیش بزنم با بنزین. ماشینای در کلانتری نگاه.
این پاسگاه گلدشت مالی آباده. پاسگاه رو کلن آتیش زدن. کلن پاسگاه رو آتیش زدن. پاسگاه گلدشت مالی آباده. الان ساعت چنده خانم؟ 3:10 از پاسگاه گلدشت مالی آباد آتیش زدن. الان پاسگاه مالی آباد آتیش زدن. گلدشت مالی آباد آتیش زدن. قشنگ مشخصه یه هم هلیکوپتر نیرو انتظامی. گلدشت مالی آباد آتیش زدن. همین الان 25/8 بنازم به این مردم غیور.
شیراز شلیک نیروی انتظامی به مردم. کلانتری مالی آباد داره شلیک میکنه به مردم. کلانتری مالی آباد مردم داره زیر تیر.
Some disturbing things are to be shown.
مردم با تیر زدن. مردم با تیر زدن. مردم با تیر.
In the first video, we see protesters passing the police station peacefully, chanting, "Hey, police officers, support us," referring to the forces standing on the rooftop of the station with weapons in their hands. According to an eyewitness that I interviewed, a few minutes after that, and suddenly a plainclothes officer began shooting into the air like a thunderstorm. The angry crowd were agitated, and this led to stones being thrown by the crowd and shots being fired by the officers. There is no video capturing those moments that the officer was shooting into the air, but the second and third videos show people setting the police station's entrance on fire. In the fourth and final video, the videographer says that the young man lying on the street, covered in his own blood, was shot by the police from the station's rooftop in Shiraz Mali Abad Boulevard on the afternoon of the 16th of November. His name was Mehdi Nekoi, a 22-year-old law student who died on the same day in hospital due to a fatal injury to his back. Being shot in the back, and the fact that there was around a 50 to 60 meter distance between where he was shot and the police station could suggest that the protesters were on their way towards Mali Abad at the end of the boulevard, where a more extensive crowd was gathering, and definitely imposed no imminent threat to anyone's life. At least 2 other protesters were shot in the same incident, as recorded in other videos. Although they were alive at the time, there hasn't been any news about their fate thereafter. The event that took place in front of the provincial government building in the city of Bushehr on the morning of 16th November are an example of how the police special unit نیروهای ویژه treated the protesters over the course of fewer than 2 hours.
امروز در استانداری همه اعتصاب کردن. خیابونا رو بستن تا تکلیف بنزین مشخص بشه.
In videos 1, 2, and 3, we see people turn off their cars and form a large demonstration in front of the provincial government building. Video 4, 5, and 6 confirm that it did not last long, as the special unit forces, identifiable by their uniforms and anti-riot trucks and equipment, crushed protests using less lethal forces such as tear gas while beating protesters with batons. The last video, taken a few minutes later, captured the moments after a person had been shot, showing two others carrying him on their shoulders, running from the provincial government building to the other side of the street, probably rushing towards a hospital. We could not find any information about the fate of the individual. Geolocation and verification of the time and date of the events confirmed that the shooting took place in front of the provincial government building in Boucher in the morning and early afternoon of the 16th of November. However, the extreme cruelty of the police special unit forces showed its faces in the events in and around a marsh, Neyzar, in the city of Mahshar. On the 18th of November, the third day of protest in Mahshar, several protesters blocked the roads surrounding the marsh by Shahrak Chamran, Jarrahi, a nearby petrol station, and a route stretching from the petrol station to Besat Square. According to two eyewitnesses, this is when the security forces began the crackdown. Disturbing scene is going to be shown.
شمروا اشتباكات عنيفة بين أهالي الراحل مع عبد الكابتن الحرس الثوري والبشير. الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. انهزم العدو انهزم تحيا الاهواز حرة عربية تحيا الاهواز انهزموا الله اكبر انهزموا 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 انهزموا
The first video, taken in Besat Square, captures frightened, unarmed individuals escaping hurriedly from barrage of bullets towards the direction of the march, locally known as Nizar. The second video shows unarmed protesters running towards the march, throwing stones towards the sources of continuous sound of a barrage of bullets. The shadow analysis tool confirms that this incident occurred on the 18th of November 2019 within the time frame of 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., probably closer to 10 a.m. than midday. The third and last video shows two black Toyota Hilux pickup identical to those used by the special unit driving on the road next to the marsh. One of the vehicles is equipped with a heavy machine gun targeting the protesters seeking refuge in the marsh between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. In some parts of the video, women, probably the residents of nearby homes, are heard screaming. Some reports suggest that when the protesters clambered to the marsh, armed with an AK-47, one of them opened fire and state forces responded with machine gun fire. However, such reports do not seem to correspond to the open source data that confirm that by the time the protesters arrived at the marsh and took refuge, some of them had already been killed or injured by live ammunition. Media reports suggested between 40 to 100 people were killed, including Abbas Asakere, a fruit vendor on Besat Square. The ruthless crackdown in Mahshar was not limited to the special unit forces. The videos we collected confirm the IRGC's role, including bringing armored fighting vehicles to the residential areas, as documented in at least 3 videos.
مدينة الكورة حاليا يعني أدري يا جماعة يعني البشر اللي غير مسلحين الغير مسلح هيك يهدد خطر يعني عليكم اللي جايبين دبابات غير مسلحين وجايبين دبابات علينا
غير السفاح المسلحة.
هاي الدبابة حذر الضوء تبين هذا دني تبين واحد عنده RPG هاي الدبابات يعني احنا هيك نشكل خطر عليهم. دني تصوير ناس غير مسلحين تجيبون علينا دبابات. ثلاثة الله يرضى. ادرس هذول وين ياخذون؟ هسه كل واحد ابيها تجيب 5 6. هسه اذا يدينون نفر الدبابه لا ماشي ما يدينون الدبابه ونهجم عليهم. هي ما يحتاج اللي يسوقها والكومكي ما لا يكفي. طفي بس. طفي وهذا.
دولة الحرس الثوري الإيراني لخالد الدواعي، شوفوا جايبين دباباتهم مدينة الكورة، دولة هم الدواعش يقولون راحوا دولة هم، هاي هم دباباتهم. الناس طالعة مظاهرات لو طالعة حرب، الله أكبر.
وطن آدم میکشه.
In the first video, captured in the last hours of the 17th of November or early hours of the 18th of November, we see the tanks coming towards the town of Taleghani, or locally known as Kureha, an isolated and poverty-ridden Arab neighborhood in the suburb of Mahshar. Shocked by seeing them, the videographer or people around them say in Arabic, "Look, they are bringing tanks to suppress our peaceful protests." In the second video, captured on the morning of the 18th, tanks entered the town of Taleghani, Kuraha. According to information provided by eyewitnesses, armed forces made several arrests, including that of Hamid Sheikhani, a man in his 30s and father to a 7-year-old girl. He was arrested while standing in front of the tanks, taking off his shirt to show he was unarmed in an attempt to prevent the tanks from entering the town. A week later, his body was delivered to his family. Reportedly, he has been shot in the neck. In the third and last video, we see the same vehicles parking or moving around other parts of Mahshar, terrorizing the population. A closer examination of the tanks confirmed that they are Iranian-made Borak IRGC's armored fighting vehicles. Moreover, in the video, pickups with heavy machine guns are also seen next to the tanks. The military uniform of the forces standing with weapons by the tanks confirms that the IRGC ground forces were involved in the operation against protesters in Mahshar. Not only were the IRGC's ground forces, but its affiliated Basij forces were involved in the November 2019 crackdown. In some cities, videos taken by eyewitnesses confirm firing live ammunition at the protesters from the rooftop or upper levels of the Basij bases. Amongst them were the events in the small city of Sadra.
وضعیت صدرا بسیجی‌ها رو می‌بینید که رو سر ساختمون دارن تیراندازی می‌کنن به سمت مردم. روی سر ساختمون حوزه مقاومت بسیج.
Some disturbing things are to be shown. In the first video, the protesters' voices and shouting are heard, though they are unclear. The sound of shooting is heard several times, and one individual is seen throwing stones towards the direction of the shooting. In the second video, Basij forces are shooting at the people from the rooftop of the building. In the second video, the narrator says, Basij forces are shooting at the people from the rooftop of the building. While a helicopter is flying over the area, the forces are seen with weapons in their hands, and the sounds of discharging firearms is heard continuously. The third video is taken in the same boulevard and with identical shrubs and high electrical poles. In this video, protesters are heard chanting, "Down with Khamenei," while the forces on the rooftop of the Basij base are seen. A helicopter is also flying over the Basij base while the sounds of discharging firearm are heard. In the fourth video, published a few hours later, first the body of a man with blood on his face is seen lying on the ground, lifeless. Voices of people standing or walking around him are heard. They killed him, napkins, napkins, leave him alone. At the end of the video, the same shrubs and electric poles are seen with the same light level as the previous videos, confirming that all three videos captures the same incident. Analysis of the light level shows that all videos were taken in the late afternoon of the 16th of November. I have geolocated all four videos to Bustan Boulevard in Sadra City. The location of the building where the forces are seen on its rooftop in the videos is matched with the address of the Sadra Basij base in the public database of the Iranian GPS application Balad. The video confirms that the protesters were unarmed and only a handful of them were throwing stones at the base from a relatively far distance. The intensity of the shooting was so high that the protesters could not get closer than 100 meters to the base. The Basij forces are entirely dominant in their positions, and there was no immediate and real threat to their lives, let alone their property. The use of firearms against unarmed protesters and other civilians by the Basij forces in Sadra caused dozens of deaths and injuries. Amongst those killed was Mohammad Dastankha, a 15-year-old high school student. Months after submitting a formal complaint by his family in a decision issued on the 21st of August 2020, obtained by us, a military inspector, Sayyid Jawad Hosseini Kha, confirmed that Dastankha was killed by a bullet to his heart discharged from a military weapon. He also confirmed that Dastankha was shot during a protest in front of the Basij base and by the Basij forces. However, he added that the 15-year-old acted in his own peril by being present in the middle of what he called riots, and firing live ammunition was simply an act of legal and legitimate defense by the Basij forces. He then concluded that the case must be closed. I'm now finishing my statement by reiterating that what has been documented by the brave witnesses who risked their lives in taking videos is only the tip of the iceberg of the crimes committed over less than 5 days in November 2019 by state armed forces. The full extent of the truth is yet to be revealed, and I hope this tribunal will take an important step towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sadr. There has been questions regarding the number of provinces where there were evidence of the demonstrations or brutality of the security forces had been raised. Can you comment on that issue and as to how many provinces where we have evidence of the shooting by the security forces?
Thank you. With your permission, I will answer the questions in Farsi. But before that, could I ask to show slide number 3? Thank you. همونطور که در این نقشه می‌بینیم از 31 استان در واقع اون اسنادی که ما بر اساس ویدیوها به دست آوردیم
the videos show that out of the 31 provinces 29 of them had protests, and only in Khorestan Razavi and Hormuzgan provinces there were no videos to show that there were any protests. But the fact that there were no videos that were posted in social networks does not mean that there were no protests that happened in these two provinces. It means that to date we don't have any documents to substantiate the fact that there were protests in these two
Amnesty reports
provinces.
refers to 28 where they have evidence, and the 3 provinces that are not covered, including Qom, Char Mahal, and I think there is another province, I forgot.
No, North Khorasan.
North Khorasan, yes. Do we have evidence that there had been disturbances in these provinces as well?
همونطور که گفتم در
As I said, on the basis of what you see on this map in Qom and Char Mahal Bakhtiyari provinces, in the data bank that we have for Aban 1398, there are lots of videos that confirm the fact that at least in one or two cities of these provinces, protests took place also.
In almost all the provinces, there had been disturbances and police brutality, but you do not have evidence for two provinces. Is that correct?
بله درسته. This is correct.
Can you also explain to the tribunal the issue of verification of the videos? You have mentioned to geolocation and issues like that, which I do not understand, but I hope the tribunal would understand how it works.
در مورد استفاده
with regard to using videos to prove violations of human rights, we have to do something to verify them. First, these videos are posted on social networks, and the first thing that is important is to verify them. Are they original or they are not original? And in order to verify them and to authenticate them, there are two specific methods. One is to use the existing softwares and also Google search engines, etc. The first time that a video is published on the online space, but through these means, you can determine when it was done. Therefore, if there's a video that, for example, in the month of Mordor 1938 was published for the first time, and then it is said that this pertains to the protests in Aban 1398. Using this kind of methodology, we will see, no, that is not true. It has nothing to do with Aban 1398. The next method, the second method, is verification through the confirmation of sources. For example, those human rights activists that published them, or the reputable organizations that published them, and therefore they are more dependable and reliable than those videos about the sources of which we cannot find anything. The next step that has to be taken after this kind of verification is to determine the time and the location. And as I said, the methods that we use are geolocation methods, and also the determination of the fact of the first time that this video was published, and also determining the shadows, the shades that exist in these videos. They show at what time they were taken, these videos. And of course, there is the low, there is also the low quality of the videos that at times make them not reliable. And in Aban 1398, some of them were not of good quality, those that were published in social media, because the cameras are mobile cameras, and at times they are of low quality, and therefore it makes the work of verification and the geolocation verification very difficult.
Could you just slow down a little, please?
Sorry. درست به همین دلیل
And it is for this reason that out of the 310 videos that were taken from the shooting scenes, or in scenes where you can hear the sound of shootings, or you can see an injured or shot body, out of the 310 videos that we could obtain from the social networks, we have been able to only verify them, 149 of them, that's to say their location and their time, and also their authenticity. Not all of them. And therefore, this is a kind of trend that we follow in our investigation, and these are the question marks that we have regarding these videos, and we hope to be able to resolve them in the future.
Can we have another look at your organogram? It is page 129 of the bundle. In the evidence that was before the tribunal the other day, there was a reference to the leader's office in provinces, which I understand is not part of the formal structure of the government. But can you comment as to the position of that office in connection with the local governors and their participation in the Security Council of each province?
Could you indicate where in the organogram you're referring to?
In this structure, there is no reference to the leader's office in each province. And
the representative of the leader. Okay. بله همطور که گفتیم.
Yes, as you said, in effect, the leader of the Islamic Republic not only he has the role of leadership and the determination of the policies and also the leadership of the three powers and the military forces, etc. He also has representatives in provinces, in cities, and also at times even in villages. They are called Imam Jum'ah, the Friday prayer leaders. And these Friday prayer leaders, from a governmental point of view, they are affiliated with the office of the leader, and therefore they act independently from the provincial governor's office or the governor's powers. And the fact that they are representatives of the leader in that city, their view is very important, and therefore they supervise the implementation of the views of the leader. And it is for sure that the governor of a province will deliberate with them and consult with them regarding such important issues. But aside from this, the role for the protests or when to make a decision whether they should shoot the protesters or not, we don't see any role for them.
Relates to your Annex 4.2, where you have listed various government bodies and armed forces involved in the use of firearms. This appears in pages 119 and following of the bundle.
Could you tell me which page of my report you're referring to?
It's from pages 58 onward in your report. My question is very simple. The Council has extracted the name of the individuals accused of perpetrating crimes against humanity on the basis of this schedule that you can see. It has 133 names in it, 133 organs in it. Can you confirm that this is the 133 people are the office holders in these organizations and offices?
بله، همونطور که اول در مورد متدولوژی این تحقیق توضیح دادم.
Beginning regarding the methodology of our investigation, our main source to bring charges against somebody and to hold them responsible, that's to say the authorities of the country at the level of the provinces and cities, is the videos, more than 2,000 videos that we collected from the protests, and also the videos through which we could verify and we could confirm that the protesters were killed and were shot illegally. And therefore what you see on this list is the institution or the authority that had that kind of authority and responsibility at the city level or provincial level. And also you see the number of the videos which in fact are the pieces of evidence and the documents against the authorities that we have presented to the Tribunal, and they are all based on the 148 videos which we have been able to verify regarding their time and their location, etc.
The panel may have questions for you.
Justice Yacoub.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you very much for your evidence. I'm going to start by asking you a few things about the law. You may not know the answers. If you do, it's very useful, but otherwise, I trust that our colleagues in the council department will make due note and give us the necessary answers, because the legal framework is actually quite important. There are two sources of power as far as the Constitution is concerned. The one is a supreme leader with structures, as I understand it, to keep right down to the bottom. The other is the president. Well, I won't make any comment on that yet, who supervises parliament and so on. Now, how does this work? Because you can't have parallel structures. Is there anything in the Constitution or in the legislation which makes it clear where there are two sources of authority, who is the absolute boss? That's the first question.
جواب کوتاه به این سوال که
The short answer to your question, i.e., who is the undisputed leader or boss of all the authorities, is the leader of the Islamic Republic. And we can also see it in the different laws of the Islamic Republic, especially the Constitution. There is an institution in the Constitution which is called the Guardians Council. And you don't see it anywhere because it did not have any kind of direct intervention in the protests of Aban 1398. In any event, in this Guardians Council, you have 3 jurists and 3 Islamic jurists. And they supervise anybody who will be a candidate to become a parliamentarian. And these 6 of the members are of this council are appointed by the leader, and therefore ab initio the person who from the point of view of the juries of this council who are approved by the leader is not suitable to be a president, cannot even become a candidate to run for presidency, to become the president later on. And therefore, this is the starting point of the undisputed superiority and supremacy of the leader on all affairs. At the same time, you also have other institutions through which the leader of the Islamic Republic implements his orders and communicates his orders to the 3 powers, the legislature, the judiciary, and the executive power. And one of the most important of these is the Council for the Determination of the Policies of the Establishment. And incidentally, during the protests in Aban 1398 was the institution that decided to triple the price of petrol. And this decision that was made to triple the price was concealed from the population precisely because it was this council, this institution that decided about it. And this is also managed by the leader. And also the High Council for Economic Affairs over there, also the view of the leader is taken into consideration for everything they do. With regard to the National Security Council, is another institution that determines all the policies regarding national security of the Islamic Republic, whether inside the country or internationally. And in effect, the person in charge of this council is also appointed by the leader of the Islamic Republic, and all the military authorities are duty-bound to implement the orders from this council. These are a few examples that I gave you. There are lots of examples, and you will see that in all of them, either they are directly ordered by the leader, or his orders are communicated to them, and therefore the management, the general management of all the policies is with him.
I would like us to make a distinction, please, between two things. What practically happens and what is permissible in terms of the Constitution and the law. Now, if you please bear that distinction in mind, because at the moment, I'm asking you constitutionally and legally speaking. We all know that what actually happens is quite often different, right? Let me put my question a slightly different way. Let us suppose that the President and the Supreme Leader have a difference of opinion in relation to whether force should be used in a particular situation. The President says, and I'm going to put it controversially, quite deliberately, that force should be used. And the Supreme Leader says, no, the use of force is utterly un-Islamic. It should not be used. Who will prevail?
Such a thing did not really happen. Never there had been a difference between the Supreme Leader and one of the presidents in this respect, the use of force. But there have been some other instances that there have been some differences between the leader and the president on other subjects. According to the Constitution, the Supreme Leader has the power to call on the parliament to vote and disqualify the president. And this is a very strong mechanism to control the president, a president who opposes the Supreme Leader and who holds different opinions from the Supreme Leader. And this is one of the principles of the Constitution that has been used once for removing a president, and that president was Abul Hassan Bani Sadr, who was removed from his post accordingly.
I think you are the wrong person to ask these questions too, because again, one is talking about what happens in practice, and we may have to resort to some other position to find out what the law actually means and what is permissible and what is not, which is a fairly important indication whether what has been done complies with the Constitution, right? So we'll come back to that, and I hope that Council have taken due note.
Yes, sir. We do also have Mr. Nairi giving evidence tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you. Then I will not bother this witness with all of that. The question I'd like to go to with you then is the increase in the petrol price. Now, who made the decision? And the second question is, in terms of the law, who is authorized to make that decision? The practical question you may be able to answer. If you can't answer the second one, then Council will have to deal with it at some stage. Now, who made the decision, and exactly where does that structure fall in terms of the hierarchy you've given us?
Concerning the increase in the petrol prices and removing the subsidies on fuel, including petrol, is an issue that the Islamic Republic had discussed many times. And they had tried to increase the prices of petrol many times and to reduce the subsidies. Each time there was some unrest.
Who discussed it many times and tried to increase it many times? Which body was that?
The highest ranking authority who could decide about petrol was the High Economic Council. In the High Economic Council, the president and the heads of the three branches of government and also representatives of the relevant ministries take part. the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Petroleum, and also the representative of the Supreme Leader. This council decided that the prices of the petrol should be tripled, but the decision on how the announcement should be made was carried out by another organ.
Leave the announcement for the moment. We'll come back to that.
Sorry, Ms. Sadr, can you just moderate the pace a bit? Thank you.
شورای عالی اقتصاد بود که در واقع تصمیم گرفت که قیمت بنزین
It was the High Economic Council which decided to triple the prices of price, which is the major organ to decide on economic issues. In this council, the president and also the heads of the other branches take part. And in this connection, on how the decision should be announced to people, and that there was the decision on to announce it in a sudden manner without any precaution was something that was decided upon, which was mentioned in the interview of the minister. This decision was taken at the highest levels of the establishment, and it was approved by the Supreme Leader. But in the Iranian law, nothing has been written regarding which organ or which council would be responsible for notifying the people of such a decision. In connection to the implementation of this decision, naturally, the government is the main responsible for the implementation of this decision, and also the Ministry of Petroleum. And in the security, from the security aspect, the organ which is responsible for the implementation, according to the statements of the officials, all the security forces, police, IRGC, Basij, were all told to be prepared so that immediately after the announcement is made that the petrol prices have tripled, they should be present around the petrol stations to prevent any protest and objection.
Now, I must say to you that in the long answers that you give, each one with respect raises a number of other questions. So it will help us a lot if you can try and confine yourself to the answer. So let's question. So let's first take the Economic Council that is authorized to take the decision. That's the question I asked you, and that was the answer to that question, as I understand it, the Economic Council. Hold on. As I understand it, that council has representatives of various bodies in it, and in a sense, trying to create the impression that the president's side and the religious side are all represented and all the powerful people are there. What I am interested in is, again, these things are tested by hypothetical questions. I'm very sorry about that. The first issue for me is, how is that decision taken? Does the law or the Constitution provide for how the decision is taken? Now, in effect, let me give you an example. As far as we are concerned, we will take our decision by majority vote. That may be the theoretical position. On the other hand, some of us might decide that in our minds, the chair is so important that he must decide, and we will all say yes. Now, how is the decision taken, constitutionally and legally speaking? And do you have any idea of how the decision is taken? Because it could be just a legal provision. The people get together, they shake hands, have a bit of a meal and say, right, this is what we'll do. And they go ahead and do it because somebody else makes the decision. Other people get informed. They get paid just to say yes, these council members and so on. So I'm interested, firstly, constitutionally or in the law, does the law say that everybody has a vote in that council? How is that decision supposed to be taken? Does the decision have to be unanimous? What happens is the president's side votes against it and some people vote for it and so on? Or are those things never discussed? It is assumed that somebody will issue some injunction and this will be rubber stamped by these various bodies. And this is what I'm really trying to understand. And if you can't help me, we'll just make a note for the prosecution.
with all due respect من فکر میکنم که مشکل
I think that the problem is not here that I don't know the law. I have studied law in Iran, and I have been a lawyer in Iran. The main problem in Iran is different. I wanted to suggest that if you would allow us, we would like to add to the evidence that the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran and also the other laws and regulations which are approved in Iran and ratified in Iran, I should say that these laws are quite different from what the honorable panel have of the practice. The literature and the way these laws are being written are different from the international rules and regulations. What you see is written in the Constitution is completely different. And there are many issues that should have been addressed in the Constitution, but unfortunately we do not see that they have been addressed in the proper way in the Constitution. The language used in the Constitution is very ambiguous. That's one point. If you allow me, I would just another point, another sentence. The ratifications of the councils that we are talking about, including the National Security Council, the Judiciary Council, all these decisions are secret, confidential. Their minutes of meeting are confidential, and no information are being given to the people about who has voted for what decision and for what issue are not being published and are not being notified to announced to the people. And there is no way to access such information in the political structure of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
There is a distinction.
If I can intervene at this stage. Yeah. The Council will, these are the issues that the Council will present in its final submission to the tribunal, whether after the hearings or in written submissions, but it will include all the issues of law, including Iranian law, and the customary international law will be addressed by Council in its final submission to the tribunal.
Yeah, the trouble is...
The present witness, although she's qualified to address those issues, is not called as an expert on the Iranian law.
All right, so for now, I will ignore all the constitutional provisions that have been put out and the legal provisions. The problem is that it is impossible to evaluate the evidence even, unless you evaluate it against the back. Speaking for myself, it may be that my colleagues think differently. You can't evaluate the evidence. Even when you hear it, it's very hard to know what to make of it until and unless you know the context in which the evidence is being given. For example, and I don't know whether I should ask the witness about this. You must guide me, counsel. The law says that force may be used only when necessary. Now, if that is the law, I need to understand why it was necessary for counsel to take another decision, which is listed somewhat later, which seems to define necessity in a particular way. And thirdly, I would need to know, and the trouble is that unless one knows all this, one can't properly evaluate the evidence. One doesn't know what questions one can ask. The next thing one would like to know is was the decision properly taken? So, speaking for myself, I think getting an understanding of the legal framework and the legal background only after one has knowledge of the facts is, speaking for myself, putting the cart before the horse. But we'll leave it there, and maybe you should consider it, but I won't ask any questions on that matter at this stage about the legalities and who took which decision and what. But you know what at least my concerns are, and they may be the concerns of others as well. So let's yeah. I'm done, but I have now, can I move then to questions in relation to the facts. We leave the law out completely. So now I'm going to ask you about the facts and about the videos. There is a video in which many Allahu Akbars can be heard, and I'm sure you can recall that. Now, normally, if the phrase is not used at the time of prayer and at the time of the worship of the Lord, as I understand it, the phrase is used at times when you are subject to enemy attack and you are asking the Lord to help you. This was not an attack by a non-Islamic person, it was an Islamic attack. And I wondered whether you knew anything about context and culture and what the chanting of Allahu Akbar in that context of people being attacked. Firstly, was that being chanted firstly by the protesters or by those in authority seeking the blessing of God for what they are doing? But what does the phrase actually signify? Can you help us with that?
Could you just clarify what phrase are you referring?
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. همونطور که در ویدیوها
As you witnessed in the videos, in 2 or 3 of the videos in Mahshar, which was published in the social media, we see that the protesters, while they were fleeing, they were chanting Allahu Akbar, they were fleeing from shooting. You should know that Mahshar is one of the cities, the majority population of which are Arabs, and their major language and mother tongue language is Arabic. Therefore, they were using a word that when they use at the time of agitation, and this exists in their culture. And as a result, I believe that the reason that they used this phrase, based on my understanding, is that they were not using it as a religious term. And as in English we say, for example, oh my goodness, oh my God, doesn't mean that the individual is religious, but he is trying to show his agitation. Therefore, I cannot really evaluate how far the protesters were religious or not. They were just using that expression as a habit, maybe. I don't know.
I understand that completely. I just wanted clarity. The next thing is this. There is a video where somebody spoke a great deal. I think you remember which one it was. And you could hear a lot of speech. Is there, firstly, who was speaking? Secondly, is there a transcript of what has been said being available? And thirdly, if not, can a transcript be made?
Could you please just clarify a little which video and which speech on which video?
I think that the third from last video that we saw, there was only one where there was a lot of speech. I don't know whether any of my colleagues noticed it. There was one person who was speaking a great deal, one individual. It was in the second series, probably the third or the fourth.
من فکر می‌کنم که اشارتون به ویدیو.
I think that you are referring to the video of Mahshar, and an individual was behind the video talking, or he was talking to the other people. There was one individual who had filmed the video and the others were talking in Arabic. And since I don't know Arabic, I just got a translation of it from one of my colleagues who's an Arab-speaking, Arabic language colleague. He said that, take a look, we have peaceful protests and they have brought tanks, and then they say that we are Daesh and ISIS. We have had only peaceful protests and they have brought tanks to oppose us. And the same sentence is being repeated time and again in different formats. This is what I remember from the brief translation that I got from one of my Arabic-speaking colleagues.
Please, to have a full transcription of the words that were uttered, because it may have some significance. It's hard to know.
I will have it for you.
Then the last question from my side is a practical one. I gained the impression that if there is a debate in the provinces and so on, the last series of questions, if there's a debate of what is to happen in the provinces, ultimately it is the supreme leader's representative who has the final say. Is that impression correct? I'm not talking constitutionally now, because that we'll look at later. In practice.
Thank you very much. That at least it has become clear now that what exists in the structure of the Islamic Republic of Iran and many of the things that happen in practical terms do not exist in the Constitution, or if they exist, they are implemented differently. My understanding from the evidence that we have and the facts that we have is that the way that decisions are made in the provinces, how to act against the protesters, whether to use firearms or not, is this, that in Aban 1398, a general order went out to all the governors of the provinces that if they see a need, if they lose control of the situation, in that case, they do have the permission to use firearms against the protesters. The final decision in every province would be upon the governor in consultation with the authorities in that province and in the cities. Once again, it would be in the governor of that city with the other relevant people. Whether the leader of the Friday prayer in the meetings of the Security Council in the provinces or in the cities, they were present where the decisions were being made to use firearms or not, we know nothing about. From a legal point of view, the representative of the leader or the Friday prayer leader, these are not representatives on the councils. Only in some of the provinces, the governor could have consulted with the representative of the leader to have asked for his view, or that person would have been such a powerful person who had urged that they would counter the protesters very vigorously. But what the law says, the representative is not a member of that council. When we have the National Security Council, where the Ministry of Interior is also a member, where a decision was made to use the firearms against the protesters, then the representative of the leader was present there. That's to say, when the main decision was made, the representative was in the Council of National Security. And the representative of the leader in the National Security Council is something which has been foreseen in the law. That's to say, the presence of the representative of the leader in that council is on the basis of the laws.
Now, I want to put a proposition to you, but it is more for council. There is a conclusion on the face of it, which may be subject to, if you want to comment on it, you may, which may be subject to a difference of opinion, that however you read the limited constitutional and legal provisions that we have been given and the terms of the decision that have been made, if they're accurately conveyed in the documentation, however you read them, what actually happened on the ground could never, by any stretch of the imagination, have been authorized by those decisions. That is my own personal view, which I have not yet discussed with anybody, so don't get too excited about it. We may come to the conclusion in the end that it was fully authorized. But I want to test this with you and put the proposition to council as well. I just want to make my position clear. What's your comment on my own personal interpretation at this stage, which is not likely to last, that however you read what happened, the actual shootings in the field as demonstrated by the videos can never be said to be authorized.
Is this the question to me?
Yes,
or?
yes. If you want to comment on that proposition, you may do so, but really I'm using you as a, but you may have a comment as a lawyer on that proposition. But if you don't wish to comment, we can't force you, because it's really a matter for counsel to help us with.
Only to clarify and see whether I understood your question right or not. Your question is as follows. Is it possible that during the protest that we saw and shooting the protesters and the forces that shot them, whether they acted on their own decision or having permission from higher authorities? Is that your question?
Know whether they had permission from higher authorities. See, it may be that higher authorities, when we didn't know, went to them and said, don't worry about what the decision was. You go and shoot them dead. But there is no decision that I have seen in the legislation and in the decision of the councils, as has been described, even in your note, which authorizes people to shoot to kill in the absence of necessity. And therefore, in my view, and as I say, my colleague might disagree with me fundamentally, in my view, what happened on the ground was completely unauthorized. I wanted your comment on that, whether you think it was authorized or not authorized by the law, or would you choose not to make a comment?
قانون استفاده از سلاح در
The law says that when it's necessary, firearms can be used. And as I told you, this issue in our laws, in our statutes, is a very ambiguous one. We don't have a very clear meaning, interpretation of necessity when it's needed. And what is necessary is decided upon by the members of the High Security Council or the Security Council in the provinces, in the cities. It's left to the governors, etc. What the statutes determine is that when there is an illegal protest going on, if it happens in a city or in a location, if the forces present in that location see, or the authorities see, that they cannot control this illegal protest through any other means but using arms and weapons, they can take permission from the governor, etc., and to use arms. But in the same laws, it says that, first of all, they have to issue a warning for the protesters. And in all the videos that I have reviewed, not a single time there was a warning to the protesters. There was not a single time that the forces warned them that if they're not dispersed, they are going to shoot them. And in the same statute, it says that if the protesters do not take heed of what you are warning them about, then you shoot them in the leg. And if they do not heed it either, and then you shoot them in the head or the other vital organs of the protesters. As it was said yesterday in the investigation of Amnesty International, we saw that the majority of the shootings were to the vital organs, the head, the other organs. And therefore, the response to your question is that even on the basis of the laws of the Islamic Republic itself, what happened in Aban 1398 is in contradiction to those very laws.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you for your help, but I hope Council have taken note. Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning. I think I've become thoroughly confused about something I thought I was fairly clear on before, and so I would like to clarify it if I can, or hopefully you can. And this has to do with the actual facts here, not necessarily the legal structure. And that is, did I understand you to say that in this incident, in this situation, a general order went out authorizing the use of force if necessary? So that did occur, lethal force.
بله من فکر میکنم که
yes, I think that the order that was issued was for the use of firearms. But the other thing that I have to say to show you how ambiguous the laws of the Islamic Republic are is this, that to use firearms, a weapon, when it's needed, there is no definition for weapon, for this word. Therefore, we don't even know whether this law is referring to firearms or other kinds of weapons, like, for example, a tear gas, less lethal forces. Nevertheless, the order that was given in Aban 1398 to the provinces and to the local authorities, and on the basis of what we heard in the interview of the Minister of Interior, and also we saw in the other interviews that the governor of Sirjan and Shahr Quds gave right after having used firearms against the protesters, they say that they had an order to shoot. And when you say we had an order to shoot, to throw bullets, it means to use firearms.
Issued that order.
As I said before, the general order to use firearms against the protesters was given by the Minister of Interior in consultation with the Council, and it was communicated to the provinces, and then it went to the governors. All the governors, on the basis of what Leila Wasaqi said, who was the governor of the Quds province, before the protests started and after they had started, they all received permission to use firearms against the protesters.
Permission was given, then the local authorities retained the discretion to use or not use the lethal force or force, is that correct?
دقیقاً درسته.
That is exactly so. The decision-making whether to implement the order or not, that's to say the permission to use firearms or not, whether it had to be used or not, acted upon or not, whether to shoot after that permission, and the discretion to decide about it, then it was given to the local authorities. It was given to the provincial governors, to the city governors, etc. That they should, on the basis of the conditions of that particular location, they should decide whether they can control the protests or not, or if it's out of their control, then use firearms. Despite all this, on the basis of the interview of the Minister of Interior and the Security Council, those who were the ones who were monitoring the situation, did not leave the meeting, and the whole of that Friday, they were in communication with all the authorities, the provincial authorities, and probably the first hours of the Saturday, that's to say 15th of November and 16th of November, they were receiving reports from the provinces. And the Minister of Interior does not say whether on the basis of the separate reports that they were receiving any kind of separate recommendation was given to them or a separate order was given to them. But it seems that before using the firearms, the authorities in the provinces did inform the Minister of Interior that they were about to use the permission that they had been given and to shoot the protesters.
Because my ultimate question was, is it fair to conclude from this that there was ongoing communication among these individuals, that they were all involved in the decisions that were made regarding use of force, whether it be lethal or non-lethal, that this was a very dynamic situation with those kinds of decisions being made, again, in constant communication from Minister of Interior on down?
دقیقاً درسته. تصویری که وزیر
Precisely. The image that the Minister of Interior gives in that interview is that he and the others are sitting in the meeting, and constantly they are receiving reports from different provinces, and constantly they are communicating with them, consulting with them, recommending things to them, advising them what to do.
Decisions would occur or be implemented without the agreement of the leader, the president. Am I correct in that?
In order for the particular issue of Aban, we don't have any evidence that shows that precisely this decision was taken in consultation with the leader of the Islamic Republic. But my conception is that the leader and the president of the country could not have been unaware of it, and such a decision could not have been taken without the consultation with the National Security Council, the members of which are appointed by the leader and by the president. The document that can confirm what we are saying is the incident of what that happened after Aban 1398. The leader then issued an order to the effect that the families of the killed persons, how they had to be treated. And he divides into different groups the families of those who were killed. I think that in our report we have given a translation of what Khamenei has said. He has divided them into three groups. Those who, as they say, they had a hand in the riots, they call it a riot. Those who were killed accidentally because they were passers-by, and those who were involved in the riots and used a weapon, or they created life threats to the forces. That's to say that he determines these three categories for them. And this last category, that's to say, this is the category for those who were involved in the protests and created a life threat to the forces or financial threats to the government. He just separates those. And as far as the families of these people are concerned, he doesn't say anything about them, and he considers the killing of this group legal. The killing of the second group, that's to say the people who were in the protests, in the riots, they call it riots, not protests, in the riots, but they did not put anybody in danger, neither the population nor the forces. He says that the killing of this group was less illegal than the third group, and therefore, as far as the families of these groups are concerned, if the families cooperate with the system, then they will be entitled to receive blood money. And the first category, that's to say the passers-by who had nothing to do with the protests and were just accidentally killed. Again, he says that they were also killed legally, but the families are the families of the martyrs. So this is an order that the leader of the Islamic Republic issued afterwards. That's to say, all the killings, every murder that happened, he says all of it is legal. He puts them in three different categories, and in these three categories, he talks about what has to be done with the families of the ones who were killed, not those who were killed. And he says that judicial investigation has to be made, every case has to be investigated separately, and he gives absolute immunity to one category, immunity to those who had shot them. He says all the shootings were legal, and the only problem that we have, the question that we have, is in which category every victim falls, in which group. And on the basis of that categorization, where every victim is placed, whether we give the title of martyrs to the family, or we give blood money to the family, or give nothing to the family, and even we keep on persecuting them.
Thank you, Ms. Sadr. I just have a few questions for you. The first one connects to some of the comments made by my learned colleagues. Could I ask you to turn to your written statement, section 3.3, near the end, the second to last paragraph of 3.3? So in this paragraph, you refer to Article 3 of the 1993 Act of Establishment and Responsibilities of the country's Security Council. And it would appear, though I would like you to explain, that you base your factual finding on what is contained in that act from 1993. the factual finding about what would have happened with respect to the local level, the shooting order. So is it possible for you to take us through the inferences you made from the law to the practice and draw our attention to any factual evidence, whether from the videos or elsewhere, which would supplement that inference that you've made?
همونطور که گفتم
As I already mentioned, the decisions by the Provincial Security Council or the City Security Councils are confidential. There is no access to those decisions. But at least with regards to 3 provinces, according to what the Governor General or the governors had said, we can accurately say that the Provincial Security Council was held in those provinces, and in some cases, in case of some of them, for example, the governor of Sirjan, when he had an interview, he talked about the individual. Following the day that an individual was killed in the protests, he named the individuals who had participated in the Security Council of that province. And he said that because of the danger of the attack of the protesters against the refinery and the also other facilities the protesters were shot at, and 3 people died in that incident. And the Quds governor also made similar statements. She explained that the Provincial Security Council or the City Security Council was held, and the governor said that she had the authorization. She held the council, and the representative of IRGC, the prosecutor's office, the other people, and she herself were present there, and they decided to allow the security forces to use firearms against protests. In connection to Fars province, which includes some of the cities, including Shiraz, where there was a lot of protests, the Governor General of Shiraz, the Governor General of Fars province, in an interview announced that we held Provincial Security Council and we made the decision, especially with regards to the attack against the office of the Friday Prayer leader, that firearms may be used against protesters.
Now I just have a few very quick precisions that I would like to ask you about. The first is you did indicate in your statement that the protests were peaceful with some exceptions. Are you able to give us an idea of what those exceptions were?
I believe that there was only 1 or 2 exceptions. I have one case clearly in my mind, and that was when, after the government forces, the state forces, started shooting, a small part of protesters used weapons. And that was in Taleghani area of Mahshar, where called Kuraha. And since traditionally speaking, the Arab areas, people use firearms to celebrate at the time of funerals or at the time of weddings. And they have small firearms that are not very effective or powerful, and they are not very lethal. But anyway, they usually have weapons, and that is those are the places where weapons were used during the protests. And during the Nezar massacre or the marshland massacres, we know that weapons were used by protesters. Altogether, based on the statistics published by the Islamic Republic of Iran, 6 people altogether in Iran from the armed forces were killed. 2 police officers, 2 commanders of the IRGC, and 2 members of the Basij. So altogether, the state security forces had 6 fatalities, if we accept the official figures.
And Are you aware whether the Islamic Republic ever declared a state of emergency in any shape during this period?
به دلیل اینکه فکر می‌کنم که قوانین
As the laws of the Islamic Republic of Iran are clear in announcing a state of emergency, in November 2009, such conditions were not announced. But since all the police forces and security forces were in readiness status before the announcement of the increase in the prices of petrol, based on the official statements of the authorities, all the security forces were in readiness status in their bases, and they were ready to stand against the protests.
Yes or no?
نه شرایط
No, there was no state of emergency announced. If you consider it as a martial law, no, there was no state of emergency announced.
Finally, in one of the videos, there is the narrative related to the death of Mohammed Dastanka. And there is this, it's mentioned, either you mentioned, I believe, that a complaint was filed and there was a response to that complaint. Would that be something you are able to provide to council to forward on to the panel?
حتما نسخه ترجمه شده از حکمی رو که دادگاه
I will certainly provide you with a translation of the verdict issued by the military court.
Thank you, Ms. Sadr. I have a few questions just to try to understand the diagram we have in front of us in comparison to some of the testimony we've heard so far. We've heard a lot about the provincial, and I know some of these points were picked up by my colleagues, but I'd just like to clarify a little bit more. There was reference to the provincial security councils. Where would they sit on this?
Under local governments.
So where it says local security councils. So those are the same as the provincial security councils.
دقیقاً در واقع به دلیل اینکه
This organogram was to be kept simple. In fact, the Provincial Security Council is the consultative arm of the governor generals or the local governors, local authorities.
local security councils.
So they sit under local security councils.
Yeah. But it's a consultative relationship between them.
Okay. And so when we heard from witness 185 that he was present when a written order was received at the provincial council, again, looking at this organogram, how would that have flowed down? Do you know how such an order, when he says something came down to us, how that would normally flow down this chain, or is that something that you can't comment on?
اونطوری که همونطور که در
As the Minister of Interior interviewed, he issued the order directly to the Governor Generals. That is, 31 Governor Generals received this order directly from the Interior Minister, and then the Governor Generals issued the order to the governors and also the other subsections.
We also, you mentioned that there is some level of local discretion on whether you operationalize that order or not. But some of the witnesses that we've heard have suggested that once the order is issued, really there is no discretion. Do you have any commentary on that in practice? I know we're trying to distinguish between the law and practice, but in your experience, is that a genuine discretion?
من فکر می‌کنم که
I believe that the order in general was that you are authorized to use firearms against protesters if the situation gets out of your hands and if you deem it necessary. And in the provinces and cities where the local authorities felt that the situation had gone out of their hands and they felt it necessary, they implemented the order. That is to say, the protests were continuing in 29 provinces, but not in all the provinces we had firearms used. For example, Mashhad, which is a very huge city, since the protests in the early hours were calmed down without using firearms, and batons was used, tear gas was used, and the protests were stopped, and people were scattered. Therefore, no firearms were used in those areas. Therefore, the discretion of decision-making was left to the local authorities. So if the situation went out of their hands, they could use this authorization.
What the order says is no different to what the law says, technically, that you're allowed to use force when necessary. So what is the value of that order if it's already what these forces should know is the law?
من فکر می‌کنم که لازم اینو روشن کنم. قانون
I need to clarify this issue. The law clarifies that the Minister of Interior, in consultation with the Supreme National Security Council, when there is an illegal protest or objection taking place, the Interior Minister is the one who decides whether in this illegal protest use of firearms is authorized or not. But without that authorization and that order, just by resorting to the law, the local authorities are not allowed to use firearms. The local authorities are only allowed to use firearms if the Minister of Interior has concluded that the situation is what the law says.
I'm not sure if we've already have this submitted into evidence, but if not, is it possible to get a copy of this order submitted into evidence?
Well, the order to use firearms is not in written form. We don't have a copy of it. The only thing that we have, and is the most important evidence to prove our claim, is the interview of the Minister of Interior on 27th of November, which was broadcast by the state TV. And he explains how he issued his order. We can have the transcript and also its translation for you, and also the complete law on the use of the firearms.
And I now have a couple of questions on the videos themselves. I want to get the numbers right. So there's 2,298 were the total videos you had. 310 were the ones you reviewed for shooting. Is that to say that the remainder of the 2,298 have other content that's not related to the fatal shootings?
ما ویدیوهایی که در مورد
The videos that we received in connection to protests, and also the videos in which less lethal forces were used, we put them aside because in many of those videos, over 2,000 videos that we had, the law enforcement forces or the Basij forces were being seen hitting people, beating people with batons. And we see that tear gas was being thrown. And we could see that other means of suppressing the protests were being used. Those are not a part of the 310 videos that I talked about. These 310 videos are only related to the death or the injury of the protesters.
And 49 are what you rely on for the report. Okay. My final question is around one specific video, which my learned colleague has already mentioned. I think it was the second video of Mashar, where we had the Quran gate, and we could hear someone speaking in Arabic. He references in Arabic Dawa'ish, which is ISIS. And I just wanted to understand a little bit context. You have already mentioned that that's a majority Arab population. Is the reference to Dawa'ish linked also to their sect, their religious sect?
دقیقاً همینطوره. به دلیل اینکه همونطور که گفتین در واقع ماهشهر و
It is exactly what you say. In Mashhad and other cities in those areas, the majority population are Arab. And one of the most important narratives that the security forces use in suppressing the protests or even the social community is that they called them terrorists. They addressed them as terrorists. And since they are Arabs, and not necessarily all Arabs that live in Ahwaz are not Sunni religion, do not hold Sunni religion, but just because they are Arabs, especially after Daesh and ISIS came to power, had appeared, they were most often called terrorists and Daesh, especially those extremist Sunnis. What you see in the video, you see that the individual is saying that we are having peaceful protests, but we are accused of being Daesh. This is exactly the interpretation that the Islamic Republic is presenting of protests in Khuzestan province.
In your experience, was there any increased gravity of the suppression in those areas, or was it uniform across the country?
فکر می‌کنم همونطور که واضح بود در این خلاصه
As I believe it was clear in the summary of the reports, and you can see it in the more extensive report, my response to this question is completely positive. They were suppressed more aggressively. In some Khuzestan cities, most of which are Arab people, and in Mashhad, you can see an evident example of it. So the same violence was not seen in the other cities. The IRGC had taken tanks to that city. We never saw tanks being taken to other cities in the videos. And that was to frighten the people, intimidate people.
And one final question. Sorry, going back to this, I've just noticed. Again, one of the witnesses that we heard yesterday said that he received an order that he didn't feel he was required to fulfill because it was from a different branch. And I see that you've obviously got a line drawn there between the Ministry of Interior and the police. Are you just able to explain what the link is in hierarchy between the police and the Ministry of Interior?
از نظر قانونی
Legally speaking, Iran's police administratively is under the Interior Ministry. It receives its budget from the Interior Ministry. But the commander of the police and the other commanders in the law enforcement forces or police are being appointed by the supreme leader. And militarily speaking, the supreme leader is the commander-in-chief. So they receive their orders directly from an organization which stands between the supreme leader and the interior minister. So this shows that the relationship between the interior ministry and the police is just an administrative relationship, while the relationship between the police and also the general staff of armed forces is a hierarchical relationship. They receive orders from that body.
Just before we rise for the break, can I just pick up on just one issue which was raised by Ms. Saudi, and it's the relationship between Article 4 of the 1995 law on the use of firearms by armed forces in necessary incidents and what happened in reality here. As I understand what you're saying, is there seems that article, Article 4, appears to be some kind of standing order which says if there's an illegal assembly, you can use firearms in an unspecified way to prevent the illegal assembly. Then in this circumstance, what happened was the Ministry of Interior then gave instructions that that act was now operable, which effectively then allows security forces to shoot protesters not because there's an imminent risk of death, but because there's an illegal assembly. Am I understanding your evidence correctly?
من فکر می‌کنم دقیقاً این تفسیر درستی هست از قانون به دلیل اینکه
I think your interpretation from the law is spot on because the law uses the word control. That's to say, when the force is present, they cannot control an illegal assembly. They have the authority to announce first that they are going to use firearms. In other words, from the point of view of this kind of a law, any kind of illegal assembly has to be stopped. That's to say, any kind of illegal assembly has to be destroyed. If they can destroy it and finish it off through using less lethal weapons, they will do it. If they cannot do it, then it will become necessary to use firearms.
It becomes an issue of whether the local authority, a local governor, for example, decides to qualify such a broad-ranging authority and say, but, for example, don't shoot to kill unless there's an imminent threat to life. If that qualification is not given, you have a standing order to kill to prevent the illegal assembly.
چنین در واقع شرایطی در
Such conditions have not been foreseen in the laws. That's to say, on the contrary to what you have in international law, in the laws of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the order to shoot is not based on the fact that the protesters should create an imminent threat to the life of others. This does not exist in the laws of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is possible that afterwards, to justify why the protesters were shot by forces, the authorities justified in that way. But that it does not exist in their laws.
Thank you, Ms. Sadeh. I've got no further questions. Does counsel?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sadeh. Very useful evidence, and we will study it with care. Mr. Sabi, before we move to the next witness, should we take a short break?
As you prefer, sir.
Let's take a short break for 15 minutes, please, before the next witness. Thank you. Ready to begin, counsel?
Yes, yes, sir. Our next witness is witness 109.
Where's this in the bundle, please?
It's page 131. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, there's been a change, so it'll be witness 31? Yes.
Where's that in the bundle, please?
And that'll be
Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
For attending to testify, could you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
Yes. من سوگند یاد می کنم که حقیقت را بگویم.
I didn't get a translation.
Not yet, it's coming. I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
To tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
If you just wait there, there'll be questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the panel, the testimony starts on page 52. Witness number 31, if you could please go ahead and tell us what you observed on November 15th.
The 15th of November would be the 24th of Aban. On that day, we were informed by the social media that our brother had been killed in the protests. 24th of Aban, the 9 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock at night, he had been killed through the virtual space. I knew about it at 10 o'clock. I contacted my nephews. Nobody gave me any answer, and at long last, some of the people whom we know, they called us and said that that is what had happened. My younger brother called me and said, just come here, and they are persecuting us, they are hitting us, beating us with batons. And he lived in another city, and 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, when I got there, I saw that things had gone back almost to normal. That's to say, I was not myself in the protests. My younger brother was there. My brother was there, and he was trying to go back to his house, and his house happened to be near the location of the protest. And because he was passing through the protest, he was just shot at, and innocently he was killed.
Can you tell us? Can you tell the? Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead with your question, please. The next day, we went to the governor's building. They did not respond to us, and they said that afterwards they said that they had taken him to the capital of the province. We said, "Why have you killed our brother?" They said, "No, we have not done this. He has been killed by a hunting gun." We have arrested a number of people who have said that this is what they have done. 2-3 days they gave us a runaround so that they could extricate themselves, and they didn't want to accept that they had killed them. It was the hours of the protests, and the order to kill had not been issued yet. The order to kill came next day when Khamenei had a speech, and he killed the protesters, the vicious people. And when this was said, then they started killing them.
Can you explain to us, in your statement, you mentioned that 700 bullets were fired the night that your brother passed away. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
بله درسته. این 700 گلوله بعد از تحقیقات و شکایاتی که ما انجام دادیم از دادسرای نظام که باید پاسخگو باشن.
After the investigation that we did and the complaint that we lodged, they admitted later on that 700 bullets had been fired. But for 3 days, they would not accept it at all. They were saying during those 3 days that they had not shot even one bullet. And after 3 days, when the situation in the country went back to normal, they started talking themselves, and they said that there were a lot of forces to prevent the protests, and that's why they shot people.
Could you tell us, explain to us what happened at the cemetery and the procedure with burying your brother?
After 3 days, when we went, of course, I have to say that before delivering the body to us, the authorities had run extensive investigation about us to know, for example, who is in this family, is there a thug in this family, a riffraff in this family, so that they could label him as one, as a riffraff, as a thug. But fortunately, they could not find any kind of evidence to that effect to say that this person who was killed or his family were bad people. There were dissenters, there were people who liked to fight all the time, to quarrel all the time. They did not find anything. So they contacted us themselves. They said, go to the capital of the province and take delivery of the body of your brother. When we went there, they said, we have made all the arrangements, go and get the body. Of course, they were not very cooperative. They sent us to this organ, that organ. They said the letter has to come from here, from there. And it took us a day to deliver, to get the body. And we went to the forensic medicine in the same province. And the forensic medicine had sent an expert of firearms because they wanted to know what the weapon was with which this person was shot and killed this human being. And the expert was there, and I pleaded with him, and I said, tell me how my brother was killed, because they are alleging that he has been killed with a hunting rifle. And the expert said he was a good person, he was a conscientious person, although he worked with the forensic medicine. And he said, no, at close range, he has been shot at with a military gun to the extent that his skull has opened. And it was not in such a way that to say it was accidentally shooting and it was not deliberate. No, it was deliberate. And when the experts said all these things, we realized that the security forces wanted to kill him, and it was not even easier for them. My brother was passing by. He had his working clothes on, and they did not even say to themselves that they should not kill him. A worker is a very humble, noble person. You cannot only look at what they are dressed in, which is very humble. You have to see how noble a worker is. When we wanted to take delivery of the body, it was night, so we left it in the morgue, and then we said tomorrow morning we are going to leave for this our city, and we were in contact with our relatives and close people in order to bury the body. At 2 o'clock in the morning, they called us and said, right now, tonight, you have to come and take the body and go and bury it right now. And we said, why? Why do we have to bury the body during the night? This is not a forlorn person without having any relatives. It was a noble person. Why does he have to be buried like an unknown person, and nobody should come to his funeral? In any event, when we were there, we knew that we were completely the supervision of the security forces, and 2 or 3 people were there during the night, and they were observing us lest we would make a movement that they did not like. And if you wanted to go to the morgue or to the cemetery, they would follow us. Even when we talked, they would control it, and when we were talking, they would call us later on, and they would say, let's beware not to say this, not to say that, because we are observing you. In any event, during that night, we resisted them, and at 5 o'clock in the morning, we moved the body from the capital of the province to the provincial town, and we moved very slowly. I myself was driving the ambulance. The weather was not good. It was rainy, and the region that we were passing through was a very difficult region to to drive on, and they were even questioning that, why are you going so slowly? And I said, this is a difficult terrain to drive on. I don't want to kill anybody else. One person is killed is enough. And in any event, through whatever device, through whatever talk it was, we did not bury the body during the night. And we said, if we get to the cemetery before 8 o'clock in the morning, they will not allow us to bury the body, and they are going to keep us the next night. And we said, no, this cannot happen. We have relatives, we have family members, and you want to make our situation worse. And they said, no, what is important for us is the security of the city. And if you take the body into the capital of the province, there could be an uprising again. People can rise again and rush to the streets, and we will not be able to control them anymore again. And I said, well, you are the ones who are responsible for the security of your city, and it is none of our business. The only demand that we have is that the body of our brother is buried respectfully. First, they accepted it. They said, okay, but you must not give any kind of slogans when you are carrying the body. Nobody should say anything. You should not have any kind of slogans which are inappropriate. And we said, no, the only thing that we want to do is to bury our brother in a dignified manner, respectfully. And to a certain extent, we succeeded in doing so. Of course, the cemetery, which was Besh Zahra, they had closed it down, and also they had the snipers on rooftops, that if there is a big crowd in the cemetery and if the crowd increases, they would start shooting. And they had even planted others on the crossroads, so that if there are passers-by who were going to Besh Zahra, they would search them. They would ask them, why are you going there? How are you related to this person who was killed? If you are immediate family, you can go, but if your third or fourth degree relative, no, you are not going to be allowed by us at all to go to Besh Zahra. And this we found out a few days after the burial, and we even objected to this, and we said you did not have the right to do that.
Mr. Witness, could you just slow down a little bit, because what you're saying is being interpreted?
Yes, 3 days after we had taken delivery of the body, we buried the body with due respect. They wanted to throw obstacles in our way. They did not want the number of the mourners to be more than a number of people. I come from a big clan, and if all our relatives wanted to come there from the province, it would be full, and there would be no other place that you could even tread in Besh Zahra. So the authorities were trying to reduce the number of mourners in Besh Zahra.
Did you have a case with the prosecutor, and if so, can you tell us about that?
Yes, we did have a case. After the burial of my brother, we went to the prosecutor's office, and we complained, and we said that the perpetrator has come to light. It has to be identified. We have to know who it was and why, for what purpose he killed our brother. He had not committed any crimes, any sin. He was a simple worker. He was going from the place where he worked to his house. He was returning to his house. And even if somebody takes a step to do something wrong in the region, you have no right to shoot this person in his head and kill him like that, let alone if you have somebody who was a simple worker who was just passing through that particular area to go home. The prosecutor said very well, we will pursue this, and the same, and the prosecutor said I was not there that night when this happened, and I even told the judge to determine the distance between where our brother fell to his death and the distance between that and the gas station, and this distance was 85 meters. That's to say, the gas station from where the crowds were. And they promised us that they are going to pursue the matter, and they are going to find the perpetrator, and we are going to make him pay for the crime that he has committed. But they beat around the bush, and they did nothing. And after 6 months, we realized that from this prosecutor's office, it had gone to the public prosecutor's office, the case. And I went to the establishment's public prosecutor, and I said, why is it that you have done this? Have you come to any conclusions that you have done this? And they said, yes, we even found the perpetrator. And I said, okay, identify him, tell him who he is, tell us who he is. And he said, no, we cannot do that. He's one of the military members, and we cannot do that. The military themselves, they are going to punish him. And they said that you have to consent so that we close the case. I said, no, I am not going to consent that you close the case. And I said that we have to find the main factor for what has happened. We are going to find the perpetrator. And even the public prosecutor's office, he said, either you consent that we close the case, or we are going to dismiss the case. And I said, well, you have the permission, you have the force, you have the authority, you can do everything you want, even without our consent. You can dismiss the case and you can archive it, but we are not in any way accept this kind of humiliation to consent to a case which has not identified the perpetrator of this crime. And they said that they have archived the case, and they did not give us any response anymore.
may have questions for you now.
No questions, it seems. Oh, one question. I beg your pardon.
Yeah. I learned from your written statement that the Justice Administration, acting on behalf of the governorate, paid the sum of 3 million into installment as blood money, and also learned that other family also paid them diat or diya or blood money as a compensation of and the loss. And what do you perceive that blood money in your in relation to the killing of your brother?
The blood money that was considered for my brother was 300 million 2 months. 300 million 2 months is sufficient to buy 2 very low quality cars, Saipa cars. Do you think that the life of an individual is comparable with 2 simple cars? And the money that was paid to the family of my brother was not sufficient enough to cover the costs of that family. Therefore, the 300 million, which was paid as a blood money, was not sufficient enough to cover the costs of his wife and 3 children. They paid the blood money so that we would not pursue the case any further. They wanted their family to have some money at least to manage themselves for a while. But altogether, our main request was to seek justice. We wanted to know who had killed our brother. The money does not compensate for the life of a human being. You cannot compare the life of a human being with a certain amount of money. He was about 37, 38 years old. He had 3 children. He could have a decent life. So that 300 million could only help. He could have earned that 300 million in 6 months' time or 1 year at most. And as a result, he lost 50 years of his life if he had a normal, average life. And they took our brother from us.
Actually, it's not the amount, but also, do you think that the payment is also the proof or confession from the authority that they killed your brother?
Yes, that is the case, because they had no evidence that my brother had done anything wrong, or that he was a wrongdoer, or he had done anything against his own country. That is why they accepted to pay the blood money. They, in fact, gave us an evidence that he was innocent and he was just a passerby and he just got killed incidentally. And there were some other people who were killed during the protests. So they asked their families to pay to give the bodies of them to their families while we were paid blood money by the government as my brother was killed. The reason was that my brother was killed innocently.
شما هست.
Thank you, sir, and you have the condolences of the panel. I just have a few short questions. Firstly, you indicated in your statement that the judge at the military court indicated that it was known who had killed your brother and that the military would take care of it. Without revealing anything about your identity, so we're not interested in the place, but were you given any additional information about the type of military unit or anything of that nature?
They were security forces. The security forces who rode motorbikes.
In terms of the type of security forces, any precision with that? Was it the Basij forces? Was it the IRGC? Any additional detail you can provide would be helpful.
They were the law enforcement forces or the security forces. The law enforcement forces are comprised of different branches. Some of them are working in the police stations. There's a unit which is called the combat unit. They act outside cities, and there are some other forces who are called security forces, who are only used to suppress protesters. And also they are under the order of the law enforcement force of the district. So the commander of the IRGC, the intelligence, the governor, and also the Friday prayer leader, all together they form the Provincial Security Council. So they are the ones who decide for the city how a protest should be suppressed or controlled. The Provincial Security Council had decided that 5th day should not be the 40th day after the death of my brother, and we could not hold ceremonies on that day. We said that without our presence, they could not decide for us, and we said that if you wanted to make any decision in the Provincial Security Council about my brother and his ceremonies, we should invite us to also have a word there. We told them that you are duty-bound and responsible to protect people, safeguard the security of the city. You are not allowed to kill people, whether they are protesters, whether they are in a gathering, or whether they are passerbys. You were only trying to scatter people by frightening them and having 1 or 2 people killed to intimidate them. And we said that they were not allowed and authorized to act in such a way. We told them that they had to serve people, to bring people peace and comfort. I don't have anything to add if you have any questions.
Just another question. You told my learned colleague who asked you about the blood money and the martyr status, and you indicated to her that the reason this was given was because your brother was innocent. Would it be possible to suggest that there may be additional reasons why your brother and why the family was provided with blood money? Could it be also about the status of your family or any other considerations? Without revealing anything to do with your actual family, I think it would be good to know a little bit more about the context, if you have it.
I do understand what you're exactly saying, You say that because maybe we were somehow dependent to the establishment, therefore we were somehow given the blood money because our brother was killed in an incident and they wanted to somehow sympathize with us. That is why they paid us the blood money. No, we only were seeking the killer. We just wanted to become clear who had committed this crime. By paying the blood money, they were trying to help to encourage us to close the case and not to pursue the case anymore. They said that if we do not give a consent, they would not pay us the blood money. Well, there were 3 small children, minors, who had to go on with their life. We still were pursuing the case, but the governor's office confessed that my brother was innocent, and therefore they paid the blood money to my brother's wife and his children, so that they would be able to manage their life for a while. But still, me, my father, and the other relatives are pursuing the case. We believe that the blood of my brother should not be stampled upon. We were not happy to receive the blood money even. And the wife and the children of my brother were not insisting either to receive the blood money, but they had to somehow manage their life. That's why the governor's office paid the blood money, even though we did not give any consent. And we still pursued the case. Well, the governor's office, the prosecutor's office said that they will archive the case. But we said it doesn't matter to us. We will still pursue the case at higher authorities. You know who has killed our brother, and you are trying to support your own people, and you are not introducing the individual. You may even say that the individual had made a mistake. You can arrest him, interrogate him, but you didn't even do that.
That clarifies significantly. And I just have one final question. In your statement, you indicate that they had been circulating rumors about your brother, and the family to the media clarified that the rumors were false. So the first question is, who is they? Without revealing the place, are you able to be more precise about what unit or what government body, if it is a government body, was spreading the rumors? And secondly, clearly by going to the media, was there any reprisal taken against your family or any pressure placed for you not to continue to go to the media?
We were just contacted, and we were told that if we we were told not to respond to foreign media if they were contacted with. They said that we should never respond to the media, and we should not follow up our case. But I had an interview with the domestic media in order to put an end to the rumors against my brother. They had said that my brother was climbing someplace. The Ministry of Petroleum, or he wanted to put fire to the petrol station. They were trying to make him look like a criminal, but we told everyone on the media that this was a lie. But when my brother's son was going to school, even the school principal mistreated him, and the principal of the school told the little boy that his father was trying to explode the city. That was not a good behavior with that little child. He was just 7, 8 years old or 10 years old, and he was saying that I won't go to school anymore after what I've heard from the principal of the school. So after the rumors were finished and the public prosecutor said that he was innocent and he was just a passerby and he did not want to take him to the protests, the rumors were ended. There are some illiterate people who believe such rumors. And there are many individuals who, within the gatherings, try to fan the flames of rumors. There are different groups of people in Iran. There are some who want their country to be proud, and there are some others who are only looking for after their own interests. And they believe that whatever the prayer leader said, they should believe that. They believe in rumors easily. There are very limited number of people who are intellectual enough and enlightened enough to know that if the fate of the country is clear and good, and if the authorities act well, then we have good people. There would be no need for the protests. There would be no need for anyone to sleep hungry at night. Some people do not have this understanding and just fan the flames of rumors. There are some people who are active in Basij. There are some people whose only work is to disappoint the intellectuals. They have even created an army, a cyber army, and they are trying to disappoint people and frustrate people in the cyberspace. And there are some people who gather in some places who try to spread rumors so that they would frustrate people. These are people who are acting against the freedom seekers in the country. There are many of these such individuals in cities.
Thank you, sir.
Justice Yaqub.
Thank you. Just two quick questions. How much did your brother earn at the time?
My brother had his own business. He was a contractor. He was a freelance contractor. He did not have a fixed income. He was not an employee. He was a professional. He had a good business. He was a freelance contractor. He used to receive 10 to 12 million 2 months a month. He left home early in the morning and worked till night. He had many clients and customers. And he provided his family.
One question. There's reference in the statement to the insurance company having refused to pay and somebody in the government writing a confidential letter as a result of which the insurance company paid. All I want to know is how much was the policy worth?
My brother, of course, was insured. That's to say that until the time that he had employment, he was working in an office or for somebody else, they would insure him. But from the time that he was self-employed, that kind of insurance was cut off, and he could not receive anything. It had not come up to the necessary level to be retired, for example, or to be paid for being disabled, or to be laid off. is a law that you have to pay 10 or 12 years for insurance so that afterwards they can give you something, or if you disappear, your family can be paid something. But he did not have a long enough time on his policy so that the insurance would pay the children. So we were compelled to pay the insurance company so that that policy would come to the necessary level, and now 1,500,000 or 2 million, 2 months are paid to the children as Social Security. This is something that he had paid himself. He had paid the premiums, and what it lacked, us paid or the relatives paid, and even the representative in the city had come, had inspected even his house, and he also paid a sum so that it would come to the necessary level so that the children could be paid and live off of it.
I just want to be clear. Ultimately, the figure he got was 1,500,000. That is the maximum amount. Is that right? I'm just interested in the accuracy of the figure. That's all.
تومن
1,500,000 2 months. That's to say, if you convert it to dollars, it would be $50. $50 a month.
No more questions from the panel. Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Our next witness is 109.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. We appreciate you taking the time to speak about such difficult issues. We will study your evidence very carefully. Thank you.
Witness 109 is on page 131 of your bundle. Hello. Hello. The chair is going to swear you in before we start.
Good morning, Mr. Witness. Could you just repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth,
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Be questions now from counsel, and then followed by questions from the panel.
You are a medical professional during November 2019, and could you please explain to us what you observed in the hospital during the time you were working there?
Yes. I remember that from the 24th of Aban, when the protests started, and on the 25th, internet was cut off because, and it created a lot of problems for us because had no access to medical sources. And in the morning, when I went to the hospital, I saw that there was a patient in the ICU ward, and this person was somebody somebody who had been shot by a bullet, and this person had not been transferred to the hospital the day before, and now through great difficulty he had been transferred to the hospital because the security forces were there and they would not allow anybody to ride in the ambulance. The family had taken this person first to a private hospital, and then they had opened the file for him, and then they came to the hospital. He, of course, had undergone surgery. A fourth of his brain had been removed. On Wednesday, when I went there, he was in the ICU. He was hospitalized. As I said, 1/4 of his brain had been destroyed. The bullet had entered the skull and had gone out, and in that part of the brain there had been only a few fractured bones, and therefore it showed that the bullet that had been used was a bullet that the military would use during the war. It was a very strong one, and of course you could see that he had been hit from behind in his back, the back of the skull, and he had come out in the front from the brow.
Is it normal for security officials to be in the hospital, or was this unique to November of 2019?
No, it is not normal. The week after, when I were there, that's to say the 6th day, I heard that the day before, that's to say 5th of Azar, 4 people from the government had forced their way through to the hospital, and they went to the ICU, and they were investigating about this person, and they were asking where he was injured, where he was hit by the bullet, etc. ICU has a code, and not everybody can enter the ICU.
Security officials were able, if they made contact with the patient that you're talking about?
The patient was unconscious, but the family of the patient were waiting outside the ICU. But I don't think that they had contacted the family directly. I knew nothing about this. Afterwards, I talked to his brother and said, did anybody ask you anything? If anybody asks you, don't say anything. Just go and talk to a lawyer. Until that time, nobody had talked to them.
Hospital during that time, did you ever see the security officials asking about anybody else or looking after or wanting to know about any other cases?
I was not at the hospital every day. I was there 2 days a week. No, I didn't see it myself. I heard it.
The panel may have questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Witness, and thank you for being here. I have only a couple of short questions. I'm wondering if you have any idea, and you probably don't, but just in case you do, how it was that security officials knew this particular individual was at this particular hospital.
I believe that they have different methods of finding out. They ask people. Also, they have moles. They have spies everywhere. They also listen to people's conversations. They have different ways. They have different ways to find this out from different people. And at long last, they will know.
Thank you for that. My other question is, in your experience at this hospital, have you seen security people come in other than in this one instance? Was this something that was happening throughout the period when the protests were occurring?
No, it was only during the protests that they were there. Under normal circumstances, no, it never happens.
Final point, do you by any chance know whether this was occurring at other hospitals around the country during the time of the protests, that security individuals were entering hospitals looking for people to question or whatever it is that they were up to when they came in?
Yes, I know and I have heard that they would not even allow the injured person to go into the ambulance. They would block the door of the hospital. They would not let the hospital to admit the patient. They would threaten the medical staff not to do that, the doctors not to admit them. This is what I've heard.
Could I just ask a question, Mr. Witness? In your written statement, you say that, and I'll quote, "I'm a student. I was doing my internship. I used to work twice a week at the hospital. Quote, the first week when the people's peaceful protest began, and the internet was shut down, I remember very well that we had a lot of headaches." Do you remember saying that?
Yes, completely. I remember, yes.
And I'm just curious as to how you knew the protests were peaceful.
You see, when the protests started, we could see videos in social media before the internet was cut off, of course. And also, we received pieces of information from our relatives, from the people that we knew, that they would say in such and such a province, in such and such a city, there have been protests and they have been cracked down. But mostly we got the news from social media.
And another question, this time about the injury that you observed. You've said in your statement that the intensity of the injury clearly indicated that the bullet was not fired from a sidearm used in self-defense by the police or from an air gun. It was a bullet of a war weapon such as a Dragunov or Kalashnikov, and was fired at the head of this person deliberately with the intent to kill. My question is, do you have any medical expertise to be able to come to that conclusion, or is it more speculative?
No, this is not my speculation. This is what I heard from the doctors there. For example, with a specialization in the nervous system or brain specialists. I heard them from the colleagues. They were specialized people.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
It's not only a speculation that I came up with, it's what they said.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nothing further from the panel.
Nothing further from counsel, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much for coming to speak about your observations. We appreciate it and we will study your evidence carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our next witness is witness 348. You'll find his evidence at page 411 in the supplemental bundle. before the witness appears, the security of the witness is of utmost importance. And please ensure that none of the questions would identify him or his details. Good afternoon. The chairman would ask you to repeat the oath.
Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I do hear you, yes.
Thank you for agreeing to testify. Could you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare
Witness to 17. And that can be found on page 7 of your bundle. And just so the panel and members of the audience are aware, this particular witness has a very graphic image that you would find very distressing.
just to confirm, this witness's identity is kept confidential?
Mr. Chairman, I am afraid due to technical difficulties, we need some more time. Can we break for lunch, please?
Yes, let's break for lunch. Thank you.
45 minutes?
45 minutes. If everyone could be back by 1:45, please. Thank you.
next witness is going to be our expert witness, Ms. Bahar Saba.
Thank you.
And it's in page 419 of your supplemental.
Ms. Saba, thank you very much for attending, and if you just repeat after me, please. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare that I speak the truth,
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I think you've seen how it goes, so first of all, questions from council and then questions from the panel. Thank you.
Ms. Saba, I understand today you have a presentation, but before you begin, could you please introduce yourself and tell us your professional background, which qualifies you as an expert today?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the tribunal. My name is Bahar Saba, and I am a human rights researcher. I obtained my law degree in Iran and subsequently obtained an LLM in international human rights law and an MPhil in modern Middle Eastern studies in the UK. Over the past decade, I have worked for multiple international human rights organizations investigating and researching human rights abuses in different countries in the Middle East and North Africa, including in Bahrain, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, although my primary focus has been on Iran throughout.
You may proceed with your presentation.
Great, thank you. So in this statement, I will be focusing on the use of potentially lethal force, referred to in international standard instruments as less lethal force, by Iran security forces during the November 2019 protests. Therefore, the use of live ammunition falls outside the scope of my research. This is notwithstanding the fact that a significant number of witnesses have reported seeing both the use of less lethal weapons as well as live ammunition by state security forces. My professional assessment has been primarily based on witness statements obtained by the Aban Tribunal. I access these statements as part of my work as a legal consultant on a joint research done by the Karlshofen-Rieskes Forum of Leiden University and Justice for Iran into the violations that were committed in November 2019. In addition to the 67 witness statements I have studied, I have reviewed video footage of protests verified by Amnesty International, images of injuries sustained by witnesses, and reports of credible human rights organizations and UN experts. The evidence I have examined clearly demonstrates that Iran's security forces used a wide range of potentially lethal weapons in November 2019. Some of these weapons, as I will come to explain, should be prohibited and must not be used under any circumstances. Other types of weapons, which may have a legitimate law enforcement use, were deployed in a manner that violated international law and the physical and mental integrity of protesters and bystanders. These weapons, as I will explain in this statement, have caused severe, irreversible, and even fatal injuries. Overall, force was used with the intent to punish and intimidate the protesters and to cause pain and suffering, with the overall objective of repressing the protest at the cost of killing and causing serious or irreversible injuries to the protesters and bystanders. The use of potentially lethal force in violation of the strict standards under international law was not restricted to isolated incidents. Rather, such use of force was seen across the country in a wide geographical scope, causing serious injuries to both protesters and bystanders in different cities. Witnesses whose statements I have studied have testified about the use of potentially lethal force in 28 cities in 16 provinces. In the course of November 2019 protests, Iran security forces deployed multiple shot pellets, both rubber and metal, chemical irritants, water cannons, batons, and stun guns. I must note that this is not an exhaustive list. Rather, these are the weapons that were most commonly used, and other types of weapons were likely used by Iran's security forces. I'd be grateful if you can please have the slides. I think this is the previous version. So just the slides, I am going to show some of the weapons that I have looked at. These weapons, the images are not from the ones that were used during the protests, but are taken from a visual guide to law enforcement equipment that was published by Omega Research Foundation, which is an independent research organization that works on the global manufacture, trading, use of military security and police equipment. Only the last image was used, it's of water cannons that are used in Iran. Yes, thank you. So witness testimonies, injury images, and research by human rights organizations provide strong evidence that Iran's security forces used multiple-shot metal pellets, which are referred to as birdshot and buckshots. These are metal projectiles that can range from small birdshot pellets to larger buckshot balls that are generally fired from shotguns. As the name suggests, these are ammunition that are designed for hunting and therefore penetrate soft tissue. Multiple-shot metal pellets are indiscriminate, cause grievous and painful injuries, and are completely inappropriate for use in all policing situations, including policing of assemblies. So if you can see in the image, cartridges are filled with multiple pellets. Depending on the size of the pellets, there could be tens or even hundreds of pellets in one cartridge. And these are sprayed and scattered across once shotguns are fired. Despite the serious risks that pose to the life and physical integrity of individuals, security forces widely use multiple-shot metal pellets, such as birdshots. Metal pellets were shot from close range. As mentioned, these pellets are inherently indiscriminate and cannot be aimed. However, the manner in which security forces fired them further exacerbated their indiscriminate nature. For example, forces fired metal pellets from elevated positions, increasing the risk of individuals, including bystanders, being shot in the head and face and shot at individuals fleeing. According to witness testimonies, security forces also deployed multiple-shot rubber projectiles. If we can please have the next slide. So these are also indiscriminate and inaccurate and cannot be aimed at a specific individual. Therefore, they should not be used at all. If there were any situations where there were genuinely a risk of injury, under international standards, Iran's security forces could only use a specific type of kinetic impact projectiles, that is single projectiles specifically designed for crowd control. If you please have the next slide. Thank you. So these are single, less lethal projectiles, such as single rubber balls or foam-tipped projectiles. These are the only types of projectiles that may be used in exceptional circumstances, that is to target the specific individual posing the imminent threat of injury. They cannot be randomly and indiscriminately fired at crowds. I have not had access to evidence showing whether and to what extent they were used in November 2019. Furthermore, I must note that as Amnesty International has concluded, barring 2 incidents where there was an exchange of fire, there is no evidence that people were in possession of firearms or that they pose an imminent threat to life. Chemical irritants, if we can please have, thank you. These are a group of chemicals that produce sensory irritation and pain in the eyes, upper respiratory tract, and skin. They include tear gas and pepper spray. Tear gas is indiscriminate and by design and should only be used in situations of more generalized violence as a measure of last resort and following a verbal warning. Video footage and witness testimonies show that the security forces excessively and widely resorted to the use of tear gas without issuing any prior warning, and in order to disperse protests and where protests were peaceful. Security forces also shot tear gas canisters along a flat and direct trajectory into the crowd, resulting in individuals being hit with canisters. In some instances, security forces shot tear gas canisters into homes and other confined spaces, or while on motorcycles, or from elevated positions. Can we please have the next slide? Thank you. Batons, these are probably more familiar, a type of striking weapon. It seems that straight and side-handled batons are more commonly used in Iran. Batons shall not be used against a person who is neither engaged nor threatening violent behavior that is risk of injury. Yet evidence I have examined clearly demonstrates that security forces used batons against individuals who posed no risk of injury, against peaceful protesters and bystanders, and in order to disperse people. Security forces targeted sensitive body parts, such as people's heads, necks, and faces. They chased people fleeing and struck with batons powerless individuals already restrained or otherwise under their control. Can we please have the next slide? Thank you. Electric shock weapons deliver an electric shock to a target individual. Only certain types of electric shock weapons may be used where there is a real and immediate threat to life or risk of serious injury. A number of witnesses whose testimonies I have studied describe the use of what they refer to as shockers, and from the description and the circumstances of use appear to be stun guns. Stun guns must not be used as the risk of arbitrary force amounting to torture or other ill treatment is too great. Thank you. Water cannons are high-pressure systems which shoot streams of water. They're often mounted on vehicles. Similar to tear gas, water cannons are indiscriminate by nature and can only be used in situations of more generalized violence as a measure of last resort. Existing evidence shows that water cannons were used in order to disperse peaceful protests, and in 2 videos, security forces are seen using water cannons against peaceful protesters who are chanting slogans with the aim of dispersing them. I must note here that, as stated by the Human Rights Committee, isolated acts of violence will not suffice to taint an entire assembly as non-peaceful. Rather, an assembly can be considered non-peaceful where violence is manifestly widespread. The number of those who sustained injuries with multiple shot pellets, batons, tear gas, stun guns, and other potentially lethal weapons is not known. Given the types of weapons used and the manner in which they were used, it is reasonable to assume that a significant number of people sustained injuries during the protests. These injuries could have included those that are typically associated with the described potentially lethal weapons. Injuries such as total and permanent loss of vision, bleeding in organs, muscle and bone injuries, bruising and contusions of the skin and soft tissue, superficial or deep lacerations, concussions and bruisings inside the brain, skull fractures, suffocation, burning and blistering of the skin, and cardiac arrest. Indeed, some of these injuries have been reported by witnesses. I am not able to comment on the number of deaths caused as a result of these weapons. With respect to the fatal consequences of the use of tear gas, Amnesty International knows of 2 individuals, Yadullah Haji Taripur and Ziba Khoshgawar. With respect to multiple shot pellets, Amnesty International knows of the case of Bahman Jafari, who died from injuries resulting from being shot by multiple metal pellets all over his body. 2 other individuals, Mohsen Mohammadpur, a child, and Faramarz Pur Asadi, were killed as a result of fatal head injuries, reportedly as a result of beatings. It is highly likely that a larger number of individuals than those already identified were killed as a result of the state forces' use of potentially lethal weapons. The use of multiple shot pellets, in particular metal pellets, has resulted in protesters and bystanders sustaining disabilities, such as permanent loss of vision. In correspondence with Amnesty International, the organization shared information revealing that it had learned about the details of over 80 individuals who between 15 and 19 November, and in one city alone, had received specialized treatment for eye injuries sustained as a result of having been shot in the eye with pellets. Individuals also sustained penetrating trauma. Witnesses reported having been injured with a large number of pellets, from 3 to over 60 pellets, in various body parts, including in the face, head, neck, torso, arms, back, and legs. Witnesses also reported seeing others, including elderly individuals and children, being shot with pellets. I also have reviewed images of injuries of 5 witnesses who sustained injuries with pellets. The images vividly demonstrate injuries consistent with the spray patterns of multiple shot projectiles such as bird shots. Injury images show penetrating trauma, in some cases as many as 40 to 50 wounds, sustained in the back, face, legs, neck, and face of victims, consistent with their testimonies. Witnesses have also reported having sustained lacerations, bruising, and contusions of skin, broken or fractured bones, as a result of tear gas canisters being shot directly at them and being beaten with batons and other potentially lethal weapons. Not only state forces failed to provide medical care at the scene of the protests, they were present in hospitals, identifying injured individuals and making arrests. Almost in every single case where witnesses said they had sustained injuries, they reported that they had not sought medical care at a hospital due to fear of persecution. After examination of types of weapons used and the manner in which they were used, it is my conclusion that the use of potentially lethal weapons during the November 2019 protest amounted to torture or other ill treatment. In other words, all the elements of the definition of torture are present. Public officials intentionally inflicted severe pain and suffering on protesters and bystanders for the purpose of punishing and intimidating them, coercing them to cease protesting, and for discriminatory purposes. The injuries described earlier would have caused severe pain and suffering. Some victims were sprayed by metal pellets, leaving tens of penetrating and painful wounds across their bodies. These injuries have also had long-term consequences, including permanent disability and recurring infections, and must have caused significant psychological suffering. Infliction of pain and suffering was intentional. Generally speaking, intent means that a person means to engage in the conduct or to cause consequences, or is aware that the consequences would occur in the ordinary course of events. The types of weapons used and the manner in which they were used revealed that security forces either meant to cause the injury or death of the victims, or would have been aware that injury or death would occur in the ordinary course of events. Security forces used potentially lethal force against protesters in order to punish them for daring to participate in what the authorities consider illegal assemblies. They also used force in order to intimidate protesters and bystanders and to coerce them to cease protesting. And finally, these weapons were used on discriminatory grounds, that is, on the basis of protesters' political opinion. There is mounting evidence that the forces who used these weapons were state agents. A large number of witnesses have identified various security forces, including uniformed forces belonging to the police, as forces who used potentially lethal weapons. Video footage also shows forces using tear gas and batons and discharging weapons. As stated by witnesses and seen in some videos, where plainclothes forces are present, they are in proximity to or are acting in collaboration with uniformed forces. To conclude, the widespread manner in which security forces use potentially lethal force across the country violated all principles of the use of force. Security forces used weapons which must be prohibited, including multiple-shot metal pellets and rubber pellets, and used force in circumstances not allowed under international law, including against individuals who posed no threat of risk or risk of serious injury, and for achieving objectives that are not legitimate, including for dispersing peaceful protests. Such conduct violated the rights of protesters and bystanders to be free from torture and other ill treatment, and diminished their human dignity. To date, no investigation into cases of torture and other ill treatment has been carried out by the Iranian authorities. Such refusal constitutes an ongoing violation in itself. Thank you. I will conclude here and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The first set of questions or question I have relates to the law, and then I'm going to move on to self-defense. Your report, specifically on page 36 and for the panel, page 453, paragraphs 128 through 131, discusses Iran's regulatory framework or legal framework around the use of weapons or firearms. And my understanding is, and it is a novice understanding of the Iranian constitution, is that Article 27 generally speaks to the fact that people are allowed to hold assemblies and marches without weapons, carrying weapons, and as long as it doesn't violate the essentials tenets of Islam. And under Article 38, there is a general prohibition of torture. But the references that you make to in the law here indicate that there's actually no framework that regulates the use of firearms. Can you explain why there's a discrepancy when the Constitution appears to give more protections to people as opposed to the laws?
Correct. So the Constitution, as you mentioned, provides general guarantees of the right to assembly and freedom from torture and other ill treatment. However, these constitutional guarantees are qualified by broad and vague phrases such as long as they do not interfere with principles of Islam. And in the case of torture, the qualification is that torture is prohibited when it's for extracting confessions. Therefore, leaving out when torture is committed for any other purposes, for example, for punishing individuals, for humiliating them, and when torture is committed for discriminatory reasons. When it comes to the issue of assemblies, the Constitution says that assemblies are permitted as long as individuals do not carry arms. However, what happens is that individuals need to seek licenses and receive licenses in order to be able to have legal assemblies. Now, the law that governs obtaining of licenses is the 2016 law on operation of political groups and parties. Under this law, political parties it's one of their privileges that they can request licenses to hold assemblies. The law does not specify any specific avenues for individuals who are not within political parties to request licenses. And then when we look at the criteria that governs political parties, we realize that there are specific conditions that should be met. For example, if you want to start a political party, you must believe in Asl Velayat Faqih, or the jurisprudence of an Islamic jurist. There are also other criteria. For example, you must not have been convicted of any national security charges and such, and that already excludes a large number of journalists, human rights defenders, and others. So this means that only individuals or parties who are within this very, very restricted framework can seek a license to hold an assembly. There is no avenue for individuals outside of this, and this is something that officials of the Ministry of Interior have themselves acknowledged, that there are no avenues for individuals to seek a license. Any assembly that does not have a license is automatically considered illegal. And under the law on police forces, the police forces can disperse and crush assemblies that are illegal, even when they are peaceful. So effectively, while there is a constitutional guarantee, albeit very weak, under the other legislation, it is not possible for individuals who, for example, want to protest a certain decision by the government to seek a license. Their assemblies, no matter that it is peaceful, would be considered illegal and will be crushed.
So when you say crushed, and if I understand you correctly, there is a standing order then that violence can be used against people who would want to protest?
So yes, this is where we get to the law on the use of firearms by law enforcement in necessary instances. Under this law, as the previous expert mentioned, there is no threshold in a way that it must be established under international law for the use of firearms. So under international law, firearms could be used as live ammunition or lethal force when there is an imminent risk of death or serious risk of injury. An intentional shooting could happen only to preserve life. That is the only circumstances. So the law on the use of firearms by armed forces in necessary instances does not provide for this threshold. First, under Article 3, we do have the text of the law in Persian. If it's necessary, we can show it. So under Article 3 of the law, it lists a number of conditions under which firearms can be used. They include, for example, to defend themselves against an individual who attacks them with warm or cold weapons. No mention of imminent risk. In general and broad terms, it speaks about attack. Similarly, for defending themselves against one or several unarmed persons who launch an attack, but the circumstances is such that self-defense without the use of a firearm is not possible. So there are multiple other, I'm not going to read through them. I will be happy to provide that later. But amongst those circumstances under which firearms can lawfully, in quotation, as in under Iran's law, be used, is for protecting buildings belonging to the police, such as headquarters, police stations, weapons and armory storage and training grounds, or for protecting police, military, and security facilities, equipment, and buildings, or even for preventing individuals who want to cross borders illegally. So none of these circumstances that are mentioned provide for that very high threshold where the use of firearms is allowed exceptionally under international law. And I must say that firearms or live ammunition is not even defined in this law. It is by the context of the law that you realize this is firearms. For example, it says that you should first fire into the air, then someone's leg, and then, then shoot to kill, which you would not do by any other weapons other than firearms. So it is about firearms, but there is no definition of firearms. And then when it comes to protests, again, the law allows for the use of firearms for controlling protests, illegal assemblies, unrest and riots, which their control and where returning order is not possible without the use of firearms. So this is not about armed assemblies, and that is clear. Why? Because under Article 5 of the law, it deals with armed protests. So there are two separate articles. So Article 4, in which, according to which law enforcement is allowed to use firearms, basically to disperse a protest, is about unarmed assemblies. And determination of what assemblies would fall under this, would be considered illegal assemblies, unrest, riots, is with the security department of the province. There is no clarity, as far as I'm aware, as to on what basis, on what criteria they make a determination of when an assembly is considered to have reached a level where firearms is used, and there is absolutely no transparency about these decisions and the way they are made, and they're not made public, apart from the fact that we know that the order has been issued, but we do not know the proceedings that led to it.
Great, thank you. I'm gonna move on now really quickly to the area of self-defense. And your report is very detailed, and it's very technical as well. But generally speaking, what I have gathered from your report is that force is only appropriate in terms of self-defense, and self-defense meaning to protect a life, okay? So you studied statements and videos that were provided by the Aban Tribunal team, and you also looked at Amnesty International's information. I was wondering if you could, before I get to my questions, explain your methodology as to what you were looking for and what kind of evidence you needed to make your assessments for this report.
So as stated, I have looked at 67 witness statements. These statements have been from 28 cities and 16 provinces. I have not looked at other provinces where witness statements have been present, purely because it was an issue of time constraints. There are more testimonies about other cities and provinces that should be studied. I have chosen the statements more on the basis of the geographical scope. I have tried to look at testimonies that have been from different cities and different provinces. And once I read one statement from a specific city, I tried to find other testimonies that dealt with the same city in order to be able to discern a pattern described by witnesses, and also to use different witness testimonies to basically assess the credibility and corroborate them with each other. And also I've used verified videos that existed. I must say that I have looked only at the verified videos that Amnesty International has published. Those are about 130. As the previous expert also mentioned, there are hundreds and hundreds more video footage in which potentially lethal force has been used. These have not been verified yet, and although I'm able to verify videos, it's a very time-consuming process. Therefore, I have only relied on videos that have already been verified. But given that the focus of these organizations has been on the use of lethal weapons, so live ammunition, there aren't as many videos verified where the use of potentially lethal force is depicted. However, there are a number which I have reviewed, and some other pieces of video also show the more general context, as in whether it was peaceful, individuals were chanting, and so on. So I have looked at these evidence. And again, in the cases where injury images were available, I have reviewed those as well, and again have looked at all the evidence against each other, but also against the general patterns of human rights violations as documented over the past decades by the UN experts and also human rights organizations.
Great. So with that in mind, with everything you evaluated, how many of those statements or videos did you see force being used by the people or the protesters?
So I must give a bit more details about principles of the use of force. So the general principles of use of force are legality, necessity, proportionality, accountability, and precaution. That means that any use of force, whether it's potentially lethal or lethal, should be very clearly and precisely written down in a law. And force is only allowed when it's for a legitimate reason. So that is to protect against a risk. Now, depending on what weapons are used, whether they're lethal or potentially lethal, and even when you look at potentially lethal weapons, there are slightly different standards that apply. But proportionality means that even when there is a legitimate, so for the use of lethal weapons, there is a protect life principle. So that basically means that a life could be put at risk only and only when it is for protection of another life, no other circumstances, no protection of property. And any force that's used should be proportionate to the aim that's legitimate aim that is meant to be achieved. So not all, basically not all even legitimate law enforcement objectives could be achieved at any cost. So if you want to protect, for example, against vandalism, you are allowed under international standards to use certain types of weapons, but you cannot do that at any cost. So there always needs to be a balance between basically what you are going to protect and the force that you are using, and you cannot do more harm that would be caused if you did not do that. And also the least amount of force should be used only when absolutely necessary. So according to evidence that I have looked at, witness testimonies and video evidence, there is a very, and again, as I said, this is, there will be so much more evidence out there that should be studied. However, even this partial evidence depicts a very clear pattern, general pattern of use of force by security forces across the country. So force, basically, weapons were used that should not be used at all, regardless of the circumstances. So the pellets that I showed, those are prohibited because even if there is a risk in a situation and a specific individual is posing a threat, you would not be able to aim at that specific individual. Inevitably, if you use multiple shot pellets, you would spray them and injure a number of people, and you would not also be able to target a specific part of that person. So overall, what I have seen, it's not that force was used for any legitimate purpose. Overall, there is a very clear pattern of force being used to disperse overwhelmingly peaceful protests, and where some level of force, for example, could have potentially been used, they were used in a manner that's not allowed, for example, firing tear gas directly at people. So overall, the aim was to make people stop protesting.
Okay, and then my last question, I'm going to hand it over to the panel. I want to focus really quickly on specially protected groups, so specifically children, people who are handy-capable or disabled, as some may say, and the elderly. In the evidence that you analyzed, how was force used against these groups, if at all?
So the evidence that I have looked at shows that the weapons that are prohibited, such as multiple shot pellets, were used, as well as weapons that are inherently indiscriminate, such as tear gas and water cannons, where children were present, where elderly individuals were present, and at least in one instance, there is a testimony that someone who had a disability was present and injured as well. So with regards to children, for example, a witness stated that tear gas was fired inside their home, which already is illegal because tear gas should not be fired inside confined places because it could cause suffocation, where his children were present. And then when the person went inside to object to the security forces, he said that he was threatened with arrest. One witness also said that tear gas was used so excessively that was reduced visibility, and there were a mother and a child, and the child was lost because no one could see around. And as I said, similarly, pellet rounds were also used, including against children. Witnesses have said that these were shot indiscriminately and meant that children were injured as well. One witness said that they saw a child around 8 or 9 years old being shot in close proximity to the eye, while another stated that they saw a 15 or 16-year-old child being shot in the eye. And the witness believed that the injury was of such a gravity that the victim would have lost his vision. And again, as mentioned, in correspondence with Amnesty International, the organization said that it had learned about the details of over 80 individuals who had sustained eye injuries in one city alone. And 7 of these individuals were children, that is, they were under the age of 18 at the time they sustained injuries. Similarly, with batons, witnesses have said that forces were subjecting individuals indiscriminately, and they struck anyone who was within their reach, including children. And I must note that while these weapons are dangerous for everyone and could cause severe injuries in everyone, there is research that shows that children, because they have reduced body mass and immature bone growth, they are more susceptible to severe injuries. And any weapons, for example, who penetrate soft tissue is more likely to cause internal injuries in children because of this reduced body mass. Similarly, it seems that the impact of chemical toxins that are used in tear gas is more likely to cause severe injuries in children.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question. It's a general question, really dealing with the parameters of the definition of torture, and I'd like to get a better understanding of how you see that, because, to be perfectly honest about it, it appears to be a broader understanding that I have, at least under international law, and I'm not suggesting I'm an expert in Iranian law, but under international law about what torture is. And so my question is this, and I'd like your opinion as to whether this could constitute torture. If there is a protest, a large protest, a noisy protest, there is no permit or license for it. It is illegal under the law. Individuals have not engaged in violence yet, of any kind, the protesters. And the police are under an order to regain order in the area. So they use water cannon indiscriminately. By definition, it's going to be indiscriminate. They use tear gas, and then you have police running through the crowd using batons on individuals randomly, whoever happens to be closest to them, as you point out. And it's clear also that this protest is a protest against a government policy. There's definitely a political reason for it, and that would be why the government wants to shut it down. Would that set of circumstances, according to your view, constitute the use of torture in the response to the protest?
Yes, so there has, I think, been a kind of focus more or less on torture and other ill treatment in custodial settings. So that is when individuals are in the state's custody, detention centers, police stations, or prisons. However, there is growing international jurisprudence, including before the European Court of Human Rights and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, where the use of the weapons that I have described against protesters have been considered to have constituted torture or other ill treatment. There is a specific case, for example, in Italy, where security forces subjected individuals, protesters who were peaceful, to beatings with batons, and the European Court concluded that this diminished their human dignity, and the severity of the pain and suffering meant that this actually constituted torture. There are similar cases in Azerbaijan, in Turkey, with the use of tear gas and other weapons. So in a setting where peaceful protesters are peaceful, there is absolutely no permission under international law to use any force whatsoever. The fact that an assembly is not licensed, has not received prior permission, or even the organizers have not notified the authorities in breach of domestic laws, none of these would render an assembly illegal or non-violent, in fact. And use of force is prohibited to disperse assemblies that are peaceful.
So just one follow-up. So if the situation was that the assembly, which, for example, I believe happened in the situation before us, was filling up the city streets, no traffic was possible. Again, no one's being injured. but the city is shut down because of that assembly. Are you saying that the authorities then are really powerless to do anything about that?
No, so it is possible under international law for authorities to take some action if the level, so just blocking of the roads for some time, and there is no specific time specified under international law, but blocking of roads is a peaceful act. And the fact that it causes disturbance or annoyance, that's not enough. However, yes, if a certain threshold passes and everything is in such a chaos, authorities are allowed to take force. However, that does not mean that they are allowed to use force. There are various steps that the authorities must exhaust before resorting to any force. So first, they must de-escalate, even if there is a possibility of things becoming volatile. So they need to negotiate, they need to hear, and they could when they can take action, for example, if there is generalized violence, for example, if they can use some of these weapons, for example, tear gas, which could potentially be used if there is generalized violence and there is damage to property. They still would need to abide by all the principles of use of force. So they cannot shoot directly at an individual. So even if the setting, the circumstance would allow the use of tear gas, the manner in which it is used, so let's say security force A shoots at someone with the intent to actually force them to leave a tear gas canister, and that hits their head and it causes injury. So depending on the reason, the purpose, so it is possible that it would amount to torture. However, I think what we are seeing in the case of Iran is not policing that has gone wrong in certain instances. So there is a very clear pattern that security forces have used all in their possession in terms of these weapons in order to disperse immediately after individuals took to the streets. In fact, in many instances, they escalated the situation. They started using tear gas. They started using pellet rounds at individuals, even when they were fleeing. There are video images that show security forces arresting an individual, so someone who's already restrained, regardless of why that person was restrained, they are subjecting that person to beatings with batons. That is not legitimate. So that does not constitute a legitimate use of batons because that's a powerless individual. So again, these are not incidents that have happened because certain security forces thought that the situation is out of hand and they made some mistakes. There is a very clear pattern of intentional use of these weapons. A lot of them, like stun guns and pellet rounds, must be prohibited. They are not allowed to use them at any setting against individuals. So again, this is not sporadic instances of force being used excessively, but it's unlawfully with the specific purpose of making individuals leave the scene.
Justice Yacoub.
Thank you very much. Hello, yeah, thank you. Just as one lawyer to another to start with,
Justice Yacoub, could you get closer to the microphone?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Is that clear? Okay. Just a light point. I find it difficult for you to understand the rest of the questioning as well. I find it difficult to understand the distinction between strictly necessary and absolutely necessary.
Apologies, I'm still not hearing well.
I find it difficult to understand. You see, if I sound loud, I might sound too severe, and I'm a little worried about that. But I find it difficult to understand that for the sake of emphasis, you would say absolutely, absolutely necessary. But would you agree with me that strictly speaking, necessary is necessary, strictly, absolutely or not? Or do you think that there are different standards of necessity?
So under international law, there are general principles on the use of any force. And then there are more specific standards that are there for specific types of weapons to be used. Within this framework, which is very, very strict, law enforcement has a level of discretion. But that discretion means that they need to assess the situation and respond while respecting all these principles. So international law cannot come and say that this is a list of scenarios in which you cannot use force or where you can use force specifically. There is an area of discretion.
Sorry, you misunderstand me. Is there a difference in standard if you say you must do something when it is necessary, or you say you must do something when it is absolutely necessary? Because absolutely necessary would mean that you can do it. You can't do it when it's necessary. You can only do it when it's absolutely necessary. Is there necessarily a distinction, or do these words of emphasis tend to cloud the issue usually?
So absolutely necessary means that there is no other way.
What does necessary mean? That there is another way?
So I'm not sure if legally speaking...
No, sorry, I'm asking you honestly, what does necessary mean then? If you tell me, as a lawyer, absolutely necessary means there is no other way, then I'd like to know from you as a lawyer, I'm just trying to understand your language and what you mean so we can talk properly about these things. What does strictly necessary mean? And what does then necessary mean without the emphatic qualifications that one uses?
So the understanding that I have, and I think it's implemented across, is that absolutely necessary is when all other means that are less harmful are exhausted first, and there is absolutely no other way to achieve that legitimate goal but to use that. But beyond this explanation, I am not aware of any specific case law or anything that has differentiated between necessary and absolutely necessary. So
there's no case law which has used the word necessary and defined it that you've come across? Not a single one?
I have not.
Okay, that's fine. No,
I would not comment on that because I wouldn't want to speculate.
So have you come across cases which talk about strictly necessary?
The international standards use strictly necessary
So
as well.
do they make a distinction between absolutely and strictly?
Again, I do not know if there is any specific case law where this distinction has been made, but overall, that means that force.
All right. The next question I'd like to ask you, and sorry, it's going to be difficult again. If there is a crowd of 10,000 people, half bearing stones and rocks, and it's very noisy, and traffic is being blocked, and it lasts a long way, and the potential to cause grave damage, with lots of people holding cans of petrol and so on, and stones, etc., with slogans would say, kill the dictator, and so on. And you were advising the police as a lawyer, and you had the situation where they would do exactly what you wanted them to do. As an expert in international law, you are then told by the president, please organize resistance to this peaceful protest in a defensive way, but do absolutely nothing wrong. How would you do it?
So the General Comment 37, which is quite recent, does mention situations in which individuals are carrying things that could be assumed to be instruments of a potential crime. The mere carrying of such instruments, I'm not speaking about arms, but the mere carrying of them does not mean that individuals are going to do that. So that's a hypothetical scenario that there are a lot that would go into an assessment of someone who would give advice, because that would depend on a specific city, on a specific country, what sort of background of protests exists. So I'm not going to be able to say what I'd specifically say, because there would be a variety of factors that would need to be assessed. But any sort of planning for dispersing a protest where a threshold has passed needs to be also with the principle of precaution. That means that they need to look at whether children are present, whether elderly individuals are present, and what means they can use without causing harm. But beyond sort of saying these more general principles, it is not something that international law does, and again, because it depends on a variety of factors, I would not be able to say this is what I would specifically say.
That is as helpful as you can be in the circumstances. Is that correct?
Sorry, I did not.
That is your full answer to the question, or do you want to add anything more?
No, but I want to add, if we are, if this is a hypothetical question, that is yes, the answer. If the scenario relates to Iran, this is not what was the case. So the situation was not such that individuals were on the streets carrying gallons of petrol or carrying arms or anything that would mean that they are going to engage in acts of violence. Throwing of stones did take place. Witnesses have themselves said that we have, in some instances, have thrown stones at security forces, but we did that because they started firing at us with tear gas and pellets, and we wanted to make sure that they do not get too close to us and not harm us even more. And even throwing of stones would not justify a lethal response, and it would not justify the use of pellet rounds, multiple shot pellet rounds.
Believe me, I do understand these principles, and you stated them before. And I'm sorry, I thought I was asking a different question. But no further questions, thank you.
Could I ask a few questions, please? First of all, just picking up where Justice Yaqub left off. I think what you said was you were discussing the water cannons, and I think you said that the use of them was indiscriminate, or rather they shouldn't be used on a crowd which was sorry, let me put it, I think what you said was to define a crowd as not peaceful in order to use the water cannon, you'd have to come to the conclusion that violence was manifestly widespread in that crowd. And I just wondered where that definition came from.
So that is a Human Rights Committee's General Comment 37, which specifies that. So this is actually established, it goes before and beyond this general comment, but the fact that a certain number of individuals may engage in acts of violence or arson or vandalism or any other acts does not necessarily mean that the whole assembly is violent, because it's always possible for law enforcement to make targeted arrests, for example, and not disperse the assembly as a whole with tear gas or water cannons. And even when there is generalized violence, and for example, there is destruction of property or acts of vandalism, the use of tear gas or water cannons cannot be used just to stop that. There again needs to be an assessment. For example, the UN guide on police equipment and less lethal weapons says that you still need to look whether elderly individuals are present, children are present, individuals who are, women who are manifestly pregnant are present. So that's when, if necessary, you can use tear gas, for example. But the generalized violence, that means that it's spread so much across the assembly that all of it as a whole can be seen as violent and non-peaceful anymore.
Thinking of a scenario, I mean, some of the videos we've seen, there's certainly people throwing stones in, I wouldn't say all of them, but many of them. There's certainly some burning of buildings. We've heard about that, from banks to vehicles to petrol stations. There's obviously a level of energy, let's say, and anger. Now, in those circumstances, would you argue that a water cannon to keep people away from, say, a petrol station would be inappropriate?
So again, that again depends on who's present. Are children present? Would risking, because water cannons and tear gas, they are assumed to be, their impact is assumed to be transient. It is assumed that someone would just leave without any harm. Water cannons could first, in cold waters, cause individuals to basically freeze. And also it's possible for the stream of water to propel individuals and make them fall, so they could have secondary injuries, or it could actually propel specific objects and they could be fired as missiles. So if there are, for example, lots of children present, but there are also some of these acts going on, there needs to be an assessment of whether harming these children would basically be as in a balance with protecting those properties. But again, if you come back to the case of Iran, in the cases where I know water cannons were used, according to video footage and witness testimonies, this was not the scenario. It was a peaceful protest in which no force whatsoever could have been and should have been used. So that was unlawful use of force. With regards to burning of buildings, I am not in a position to comment who were the actors who were beyond the arson. Again, as it has been mentioned, witnesses have spoken, but they have persistently and consistently raised the allegation that it was not necessarily protesters, and it's possible that actors affiliated with the state committed these acts because of certain factors, such as them being very organized, arriving with motorcycles, and security forces being available and present and not doing anything. But again, regardless of who was causing the arson, acts of arson and destruction of property would, if there is no other way, more targeted way of, for example, arresting the individual who is causing arson or destruction, if it's a really large number of individuals, then yes, certain weapons such as tear gas or water cannons could be used.
But what about, sorry to interrupt, what about a crowd where there's several hundred people with 3 or 4 or 5 individuals determined to put the bank on fire, and the police or the security services are reluctant to enter the crowd for fear of exacerbating the aggression? Would they be entitled to use a water cannon?
If it's not generalized violence, no. So
what would they have to do then?
Because the impact of tear gas and water cannon is that they're indiscriminate.
No, but what would they do then in such a situation? If they're worried about going into the crowd because they're fearful the crowd would attack them, crowd's got stones, crowd is all hyped up, there's several people trying to light the bank on fire, surely the water cannon in that situation would be the lesser of all the other evils.
If the other individuals are acting in a way that makes it the violence generalized and there is no other way, yes, they could use it. Again, they cannot. So if they are harming the physical integrity of an individual, there should be very good reasons for it. Just protection of property alone would not allow that. So.
But they're faced then with an impossible scenario, aren't they? I mean, it's just not very realistic. They can't enter the crowd for fear of being attacked. They can't use weapons for fear of causing excessive...
No, they can use certain weapons.
But what weapon could they use in that situation, the one I've just outlined? If they can't use a water cannon, what could they use?
If it's really out of hand, I would imagine, again, I think if it's very specific scenarios, I think that's where international law does not get itself into as guidelines.
Yeah.
So that needs to be assessed prior. And it's not just, generally speaking, when it comes to policing of assemblies, it's also a lot of the planning and equipment, and it's a lot of de-escalation. So there could be other methods that could be used. Again, I'm not going to be specifically what they should do at that.
Yeah, but I can't think of a single thing you could do in that scenario other than use a water cannon. That's why I'm pressing you on it, because it seems to me, I take your point with the kinetic impact projectiles with guns and so on, but I don't know, my thought was the water cannon always seems to be a sort of, well, a useful instrument in a situation like I've just described. But what you seem to be suggesting is, no, they should use something else, but not suggesting what?
Sorry. Yes, I think they could, but again, there are different factors, so that's why I can't say they should use it or not, because they need to also see what temperature it is, whether tear gas might be something that's, for example, more appropriate for that scenario. If it's winter freezing weathers, then no. So that's a lot of specific factors that come in, but again, for the use of water cannons, they weren't as widely used as other weapons in Iran. So I think in terms of the hierarchy, the metal pellets, the bird shots that are used for hunting, those were one of the main ones that were used, followed by tear gas and batons.
Okay.
So water cannon was just in 3, I think, witnesses specified.
Yeah, okay. But, the metal projectiles, just to, so I understand, you identified them as being used because of photographs and videos of them, or because you assessed the injury and concluded that's what had caused the injury, or a combination of the two?
Apologies, the water cannons or...
No, what do you call them? The pellets, the bird shots.
Yes, bird shots.
How did you assess that they had been used? Because there's photographs and videos of them, or because you assessed the injuries themselves?
So there were a large number of testimonies of individuals who were themselves injured as a result of the use of pellets. And some of them provided injury images. So these images show wounds that are basically consistent with the spray pattern of these pellet rounds. So that, for example, you would see the back of an individual with a large number of small wounds across. So I have not determined whether this was buckshot or birdshot, but pellet rounds of metal. In 2 of them, I have seen that they were metal. In some instances, they were rubber, but still multiple shot. And the information that was provided by Amnesty International about eye injuries, those were specifically caused by multiple shot pellets, whether rubber or metal. So there are injury images, consistent testimonies. With videos, there are not. I have not come across, there may exist. In the verified videos, I have not seen these being used, but I think there is a very simple explanation for that. And these, basically, these are indiscriminate pellet rounds. Yeah. So if they're fired, it's only reasonable that individuals would not stay in the vicinity to try to film, and they would run away.
Oh, so none of those weapons have been videoed or photographed?
It doesn't mean that it's not. I have not seen in the verified videos, but again, as I explained, the verified videos are more or less focusing on the use of firearms and live ammunition. So it's very likely that there are videos or still images that show that these were used. I'm also aware that there are media reports on the weapons that were used, and the shotgun weapons that are usually used for firing these pellets are visible in some of these images that exist. So it's possible that audiovisual images also exist, but again, I think there is a good explanation of why someone would not film or stay close to pellets, because they cause very serious injuries.
Okay, thank you. Last subject for me. I just want to try to understand the 1995 law on the use of firearms by armed forces in necessary incidents. This morning, as I understood some testimony, Article 4 allows armed forces to legally resort to firearms to control and suppress illegal assemblies. And as I understood the testimony this morning, the witness said there was no other qualifying legislation, that was the law. And once the Ministry of Interior then said that that was applicable in a given situation, then ground forces, security forces could then effectively use firearms to disperse or kill protesters. Your evidence suggests something a bit different, and I just want to make sure I understood it. Article 3 and Article 5. Article 3, I think you said, laid down some conditions when firearms could be used. Article 5 talked about what situation would prevail if protesters were armed. So these seem to qualify Article 4. They're relevant to Article 4, aren't they? So Article 4 isn't, as we heard this morning, such a broad authority just to use firearms on protesters. It's qualified by Article 3 and Article 5. Am I correct about that?
I believe that it is as broad as an authorization to use firearms in what is considered illegal assemblies. So Article 3, it's the examples that I gave. Those are not in the context of assemblies. Those are generally in all the settings where law enforcement is allowed to use firearms.
Why does that not apply to Article 4, though? Since Article 3, for example, I think what you said was firearms can be used when security forces are defending themselves against a number attackers who have weapons. So are you saying, maybe I'm not going to push you on this too far, but I just because it seemed to me your evidence was contradicting a witness this morning, you think Article 4 also then is a standalone article which enables, once enacted or once permission's been given by the Ministry of Interior, security forces to essentially do what they want with those firearms to get rid of the illegal assembly?
Yeah, I think it is a standalone provision because it specifically says that when in these scenarios, that is illegal assemblies, unrest and riots, where they're restoring order or controlling them without the use of firearms is not possible. So they can use firearms upon these two conditions. One is that they have used other means and it has not been successful, and that before using firearms, they have given an ultimatum to rioters and individuals involved in the unrest.
That's part of Article 4?
That is part of Article 4.
So Article 4 is qualified in that way then? Okay, so let me just jump from there to, if the Ministry of Interior then gives an order or sends a message down to the local level, Provincial Security Council, for example, that Article 4 is now in play, that doesn't mean to say that the security forces can just use arms whenever they like on an illegal assembly. They have to, one, give a warning, to be sure that other means have been attempted.
That is the qualification, yes. However, this basically means that if there is an assembly that's considered illegal, which could very well mean a peaceful assembly that just does not have a license, and other illegal means for dispersing a peaceful assembly has been deployed, such as tear gas or pellet rounds, then they can give an ultimatum and effectively shoot at individuals who pose no threat whatsoever. So there is no threshold on individuals having posed a serious risk of injury or threat of death.
Sorry, I didn't follow that last bit. Could you say that again?
So again, as I explained, illegal assemblies are effectively assemblies that do not have a license, even if they're peaceful. So for these sort of unlicensed assemblies that are considered illegal, security forces and the police can disperse them, right? And if they think that they cannot disperse them and bring back order or control these assemblies without the use of firearms, they may use firearms dependent that the security departments have made that decision. In this scenario, they can, first, they must come and use against individuals who are not acting violently at all, other means. That means, for example, potentially lethal weapons. That already means that it's use of force when it's not legal, legitimate, necessary against individuals' right to peaceful assembly. And if using these potentially lethal weapons, which already is in breach of international law, does not work, then they can use firearms, which again is against individuals who are not posing an imminent threat of death or risk of serious injury, which is the threshold.
But I guess my point is slightly different in that just because I'm in the Ministry of Interior, I'm the minister, and I say Article 4 is now operable. It's not the same as saying go and shoot protesters. It's not the same as a shoot to kill order, is it? It's not on the face of it. Urging the security forces to kill protesters because of the qualifications built into Article 4.
Yes, but that then the practice comes into picture.
No, but I'm not. I just wanted to understand what the law itself said and what we need to look for in relation to other pieces of evidence. I've got nothing further. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to clarify on that because I'm still not clear. So let's say the order that comes from the Minister of Interior does not. I guess my question is, can the order from the Minister of Interior veto Article 4? And so if an order comes to say all necessary measures to quell this or to quell this protest, under Iranian law, leave aside international standards, we're clear on those. Under Iranian law, does that order have precedence over Article 4 and the safeguards built into Article 4?
So I'm not aware whether there is any other piece of legislation, and I'm not really aware of the proceedings and the manner in which these orders are issued and what exact wordings they're used. But I think in terms of the conditions which must be exhausted, I think they do not provide for the right to life because they are not safeguards, because it's not protecting individuals who are not armed, who are not posing any threat from the use of firearms. And then I think practice is also very relevant. There is absolute lack of transparency about any of these decisions. The criteria and how they assess even any of these assemblies, why they determine that their control is not possible without the use of firearms, none of that is really clear, at least not under any legislation that's available, and I have not come across anything. It's possible there are internal documents on that.
Because the impression I've had from some of the evidence we've heard in the previous days is that there was not much discretion left to those who were positioned in places where they had to implement the order. For me, there's a bit of a contradiction of those who are on the ground that we've heard from, whether they were in security forces and have received the order. That message was clear to us that there was no discretion. When the order comes, effectively, it means shoot to kill. We're hearing a lot more nuance within the law, and what I'm trying to reconcile is how those two marry up, whether and not in practice, but more, is there anywhere in the legislation or in any guidance that you're aware of that tells us, if you like, the order of precedence when it comes to an order from a minister versus, or this, or a higher up person versus the very clearly stated parameters in Article 4, or the more clearly stated parameters in Article 4?
So there are a few points, I think, that I'd like to articulate a bit more. So when it comes to, first, I think the issue of practice is quite important because In many circumstances, Iran's laws, including when it comes to the use of lethal force, the laws are so flawed that even if they are implemented line by line and word by word, they would still not protect the human rights of individuals, including the use of force, lethal force. And then it comes the issue of practice. So what happens in practice? So if in practice, effectively what...
Sorry, I'm not interested in the practice. I mean, I just want to know if there is somewhere in regulation that says an order has more importance than this provision. Is there anything that would veto Article 4 when you're using force?
So I'm not aware of anything that would veto it as such. However, there is under the Penal Code for Armed Forces, there is a provision that specifically talks about the forces on the ground being bound to a level by the decisions of the security departments and the national security, country security council, that if they disobey such orders, they could be sentenced to imprisonment, and even they could be charged with muharebe, which is waging war on God. So they could potentially even be sentenced to that. So that decision from the security department and the national or country security council bears such level of authority. And I must also note that we are talking here about the use of lethal force. The other issue is that there is an absolute absence of legal framework on the use of potentially
no, that's
lethal
come
force.
through clearly. Thank you.
Yes, so there are no laws and
potentially lethal. Yeah, no, that's come very clearly through your presentation.
So individuals could use, law enforcement could use those without
restraint,
accountability, because there are no laws.
That's clear. Thank you very much.
I think that's it from the panel. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Saba.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saba. A very interesting report and evidence also. We'll take it into account for sure. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're ready to take witness number 17, which is page 7 in the supplemental. And my understanding is witness 17 is here in person. Sorry, it's in the bundle, page 7.
Ah, okay.
To be sure I can understand everything.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Mr. Chair is going to swear you in before we start.
Thank you for attending, Mr. Witness. Could you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I have a problem with this. Okay. Man سوگند
I solemnly declare
حقت وصل میشه. Can I have another one? Thank you. Do I have too much? Again, please.
Let's try again. Repeat after me, if you would, Mr. Witness. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wait there, there'll be questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
Mr. Witness, if you would please tell us what brings you before the tribunal, and if you could describe the events from November 2019, just keeping in mind that for confidentiality purposes, you are welcome to disclose what you like, but we will not disclose it on our end. Go ahead.
Yeah. من اسمم کامیار احمدی.
My name is Kamyar Ahmadi. I've been living in Tabriz for 13 years. I'm resident in Norway. The reason that I am testifying is that I'm a relative of one of those killed in November 2019. That's why I have come before this court. Would you allow me to read a brief summary of what has happened? Ershad Rahmani is the killed one. He is my cousin. After November incidents, at the time, internet was cut off. After the internet was resumed, my mother called me and told me that Ershad has disappeared. At the time, I insisted that the issue should be taken to the media. Ershad was living in Mariman. His family live in Mariman. Since I have been a political activist, I lived in Tabriz, I've had political activity. I asked my mother to allow me to take the issue to media. When we were informed of the issue, a large number of people had disappeared in Marivan. That is to say, they were arrested, and it was a week after the arrest period when Ershad had disappeared, and I asked my mother to do so, but unfortunately they did not allow me to do so. After that, the family, mother of Ershad, and the other members of the family were looking for Ershad. They went to hospitals, they went to the police, they even went to the Friday prayer of Marivan. They went to the elderly in the family, whoever may have had some power. They asked them for help, but they could not get any answer. Neither the security forces, intelligence, police, hospitals, nobody answered. A few days afterwards, they were contacted, and they were told, the family of Ershad were told that their child is in Sanandaj. That is to say, he has been arrested. After a while, the number was unknown. After a telephone contact, after that telephone contact, they were contacted again. And they said that, no, there was a mistake. Another time, they were told the corpse is in Sanandaj. There is a corpse in Sanandaj. You can come and identify the corpse. Maybe it might be your child. They go there, they went there, and that was not their child. Altogether, they saw two other corpses in Marivan and one in Sanandaj. It has been 2 years. I may have forgotten about every detail. Afterwards, the date of the disappearance of Ershad was 5th. Some say he was disappeared for a month and then his corpse was found, his body was found. But there are two different narrations on him. When on 5th of Azar he disappeared, his mother was taken to hospital, and then he took back his mother to home, and then he said he would go to the ATM to take money, and then nobody heard back from him. His telephone did not answer. He was not there anymore. I just stress during that period in Marivan, in Kurdish, they say they used to search houses one by one and arrested people, the ones who they saw in their CCTVs, or they had doubts about the individuals, or the individuals who had a political activist in their family, they were arrested. Afterwards, after he disappeared in such a manner, no answer was received by their family. They just received 2 telephone calls, and that was it. Until 24th of Azar, about a month after the announcement of the petrol price increases. There is a dam, it's about 40 kilometers of Marivan called Satguaran Dam. A body, a corpse was found there by the locals. That body was on the side of the river. They took a picture of it. The pictures are there, documents are available. I don't know if they can show it or not.
Picture and distressing. Can you show it? Okay.
Ershad had been finished his master's studies in anesthetics and anesthesiology, and he was getting ready to get his master's degree. He has finished his BA probably. He was vegetarian, he liked nature, he loved music, he also loved theater and cinema. This family have 2 children. Ershad's father is retired from the Ministry of Education. That Ershad was the smaller brother, the smaller child, the younger child. While the other child says that Ershad was his elder brother, even though he was younger. After the incident, after his body was found, it became clear that body belonged to Ershad. His hands were bruised. His shoulder was broken and fractured. There were bruises on his face and head. There was a hole in his skull. The first report of the coroner's office is available here. There was no reference to the reason of death. The following reports indicated that a sharp object had hit his skull. That was the cause of death. First, the family felt. I don't know how far they were informed. They thought that maybe it was a bullet that had hit the skull. They might not have been sure. Anyway, something sharp had penetrated the skull, and the skull was broken. When the mother went to identify him, and the mother was told that the body was found, and when the mother hears about it, she just becomes unconscious. She faints there in the place, and Ershad's father just had a heart attack over there. I tried to explain the situation as much as I can. Afterwards, I just sent a tweet at the time, and I said such a thing had happened. After this tweet, I talked with a lot of news agencies, and this led to increase in pressures against the family. They were putting pressure on him that who is this guy who's talking on your behalf outside the country, abroad. And because of my experience in organizational activities, I did not contact the family and the relatives, father and mother of Ershad. All the information I have received are from my from his university classmates or other relatives. The majority of the information I have received has been from my own mother. I am certain that after my testimony, the family would be under greater pressure. But I would like to announce from here that if you want to arrest anyone, that is my mother, and my mother has already died. She was really hopeful last year to see the court, this tribunal here, but she unfortunately died before this tribunal. But if you want to arrest anyone, that individual should either be my mother, who has already died, or it should be me. And the mother and the father of Ershad have had no relation with me. They have never been in contact with me. I have gathered all my information from elsewhere, and all my documents have come from other places. Anyway, I deemed it my own responsibility to testify here. After all the complaints made to the police and other places, first the family were told that he had committed suicide and he had thrown himself into the dam. But he was not such a guy. He was always talking of justice and freedom. Such a guy would never commit suicide. An individual who fed the cats of his neighborhood, and now they have been left without food. All the dogs of his neighborhood have been left without food. How could such a person commit suicide? And he has not committed suicide. I decisively say that he has not committed suicide. Then they said that a political group have killed him. I am a member of I used to be a member of a political group myself. We never do such things. No political group would kill its own people in such a way on the street. And they said thugs have killed him. The last thing that was mentioned was that he was killed. That's a criminal case. We just open a case for him and we say that he has been killed. And after 2 years, there has been no sign, no answer, no nothing on why he was killed and who killed him. It has been 2 years now. No answer has been given. I just want to mention a name here. His name is not on my hand anymore, but I never forget his name from my memories. I don't have it in his documents. A person called Keyvan Ranjbar. Maybe many of you who live in Iran are familiar with the interrogator journalists, but not many people are familiar with Keyvan Ranjbar. He's an interrogator journalist. I mention his name here so that in history it would be registered. The state TV was taken to their house, to Ershad's house, and after I testified, and after I took the issue to the media, that guy took the TV to Ershad's home, and they tried to film the mother and father who had just came back from hospital. His father had a heart attack, and they wanted to force them that Ershad had an enemy and he had committed suicide. But fortunately, none of these issues were said by his parents. Only his father said that my son did not belong to any political group. He was not a political activist. And this was the only thing that the Islamic Republic gained from that filming. But during that time, that interrogator journalist put many families under pressure and tormented many families. Even he increased the torment of the killing of their children by 10 times by making such films of their families. There is another issue that I need to stress and say, and that is to say that I saw Ershad when he was 5 years old. And I cannot see this. This has been my trauma for 2 years, that an interrogator with a sharp ring has hit him in the head and thrown him in the water. That's what I dream of all the time for 2 years. If you have any questions, I'll be ready to answer.
First, I want to thank you for your testimony, and I know it's very brave of you to come forward, so thank you for that. I just want to clarify the timeline before Ershad disappeared. He participated, according to your statement, in the Aban protests. Is that correct?
Yes. According to one of his friends. And afterwards, one of his friends said that he had taken part in one of the days of the protests, but their family denied it after. Anyway, I don't know. There might be an issue. I don't know whether the testimony that you have before you, I have talked to a number of
بعدها چون که مادر من بعد از قطعی اینترنت گفت اون تو اون اتفاقات تو شلوغی های مریوان دستگیر شده، ولی تاریخ دقیق دستگیریش 5 آذره، یعنی 1 هفته بعد از اتفاقات.
And the last question I have before I turn it over to the panel is, in your statement, you make references to the fact that the intelligence ministry threatened the family often.
بارها.
Yes, that is correct. The intelligence ministry threatened the family time and time and again, directly, and they threatened that the same may happen to the other child. They said, don't let the same happen to your other child. This is something that the intelligence ministry had told the family. And whatever happens to Milad, the intelligence ministry would be responsible for it.
You have the condolences of the panel. I just have a few questions for you. Firstly, are you aware whether the family requested or sought to get an autopsy?
بله.
Yes, they have. The autopsy report, the initial autopsy report, which permits the burial, is available here, and I have submitted it here. Over there, no reference has been made to the reason of death. It has been written that it is being under investigation. In the following reports, which I haven't submitted here, maybe you have had access to it, or maybe I can find it and send it to you. It has been written that a sharp object has hit his skull, and that was the reason of death.
A clarification for counsel to clarify the autopsy reports that correspond to this witness.
We can send them to the panel. We have them.
Thank you. Additionally, was any reason given why he wasn't able to be buried in Marivan?
Yeah, من این تیکه رو یاد.
Sorry, I forgot to talk about this particular part. We are from Oram. Perhaps I can say that most of my family comes from there. It is a village which after the Iran-Iraq war was vacated. Afterwards it was reconstructed, but not very many people live there anymore. But for us, our ancestors were buried there, and usually people, when they die somewhere, they are buried the same place. But Ershad, they said no, he has to be buried in Sarwabad, which is 35 kilometers away. That's to say 35 kilometers away from Mariwan, and that's where the place they lived. And a few other people could be present, half of whom were security people. I think I also have sent 2 photographs from that occasion. The reason why. And the reason why they did not say, they said, don't make any noises, just bury him. You can bury him in Sarwabad because you also have relatives there. During that time, well, a number of people were killed. Soram was the name of another person, and his death caused a lot of noise. There was a lot of agitation, and they were very much afraid that if there's a memorial for him, there will be problems. They thought perhaps since that had happened, if we buried him also in Mariwan, there would be also a cost for them to pay.
One final question. In your written statement, you mention that martial law was declared in Mariwan. Can you explain a little bit more what you meant by that?
The week after, that's to say, after the Aban protests, when a lot of people were killed, the wounded people were being treated at home, people were afraid to take the wounded people to the hospitals in Kurdistan and in Mariwan. I saw something that I had never seen that before for the 28 years that I had seen. We are used to mourning somebody who has been executed. You have to do it quietly. In Kurdistan, we do it. I cannot say we are gotten used to it, but we do it. That's to say that in the province of Kurdistan, they execute people, they kill, and perhaps 50 years pass before you just mourn them properly because you've never been able to mourn them. There was a martial law when in the city of Mariwan, a number of people were arrested, etc. There was a martial law. Perhaps it's not in the proper sense of martial law, but in this sense that the city retreated upon itself. Nobody was coming out because you would see everybody in their military uniforms. If anybody comes out of the house and goes 10 steps farther, he's asked, where are you going? Where do you work? Why are you out of the house? That's what I mean by martial law.
Do I get you correctly that the situation was very tense? And so it was a situation of insecurity? But were you aware of any specific ordinance by the authorities that the situation was special, or it was just the general sense of insecurity?
No, I know nothing of that. No, I don't know anything of that, no.
I think that's all the questions from the panel. Oh, I beg your pardon. Justice Yaqub.
Sorry, I was late in saying that I wanted to ask questions. How far is Sarwabad from where Ershad lived?
Sarwabad
I think the distance is 35 kilometers. If there's anybody here who knows about it, they can tell us 50 kilometers, Sarabot to Marivan.
Whether I understand that there were lots of threats. There are two ways of getting people to keep quiet. You threaten or you offer something. Did you hear anything about any offers to anybody of anything? To persuade them to keep quiet?
I feared this question. I have heard about this, but I have not dared myself to ask. I have not asked myself to ask. That's to say, I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you. Over to you, Counsel.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Almadi. We appreciate it, and it cannot have been easy, and we appreciate and we will take good note of all you've said.
Merci.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next witness is witness 399. You'll find his evidence at page 411 in your supplemental book.
Thank you.
There will be a voiceover for this witness, so what you hear is the voice of a member of the council team that repeating what the witness says.
Mr. Witness, thank you for agreeing to testify. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Repeat after me, please. I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Before I hand you over to counsel to ask you questions, I just want you to keep in mind that when you're asked a question, you should be aware that your answer risks identifying you. So just be careful when you answer the questions. You follow me?
Yes, I do understand.
Counsel.
The witness is a major in the security forces and commander of anti-riot special units. The unit recruits dangerous criminals from prisons with the promise of freedom, train and arm them, and use them to target and kill demonstrators and damage the property. After the riots are over, the prisoners are then executed by the security forces. The council has checked the identity of this witness. Witness 399, can you please explain to the tribunal how your special unit operated during November 2019?
The unit that I worked in had the duty to use dangerous criminals who were in prison and to give them weapons which were not belonging to any organization, that's to say those that had been taken out of circulation, old weapons that were not being used anymore, or all kinds of other cold weapons.
You used. Do we have the witness?
ببخشید صدای لحظه قطع شد.
And his voice is cut off.
صدا وصل شد بفرمایید.
The sound is back. Go ahead.
Why you deployed non-standardized weapons? What was the purpose for that?
که اگه گلوله به کسی
so that if somebody is shot by a bullet, the forensic medicine, the coroner, and the experts cannot tell where it came from. They would not be able to relate it to the police force or to the military or the other forces that had attacked these people.
The use of bullets that would explode upon impact. Can you explain to the tribunal how these bullets would damage the tissues of the victims?
Yes, sir.
These are two-time bullets. These are bullets that have explosive inside them. Upon impact with the body, they create a huge wound. And these bullets are used only when you want to kill somebody, not when you want to wound them.
Are they prohibited under Iranian law or international law, to your knowledge?
They are prohibited under international law because these are bullets that are used 100% to kill somebody, not to wound that person. And even during the war in Iraq, they were only used for those who worked with telecommunications. And you don't use them for anybody else because they are a bullet and they also have explosives. And these two things are done together.
How your unit operated on 16th of November?
The unit that I worked in had only the duty to protect the physical protection of buildings, and in our unit we did not even have weapons. We only had shields. That's to say, the unit that was under my command.
What would happen to the prisoners that you have deployed after they complete their duty and finish the whatever that had been assigned to them.
بله.
Yes, these prisoners were not recruited by me or the unit under my command. They were selected through the Ministry of Interior, and they were trained for this purpose. Anywhere you would have riots or you would have demonstrations, they would penetrate the normal crowd, and they would push the crowds towards unrest, towards destruction, towards vandalism, in order to create a pretext for the government to rack them down. That's to say, in order to calm down the protests through normal means, they would do it through lethal force. That's to say, this is a scenario which would be written by the government themselves. And of course, these prisoners would have a shelf life. After the shelf life expires, either they die through overdose of drugs or they are hit by a car, by an accident, and that's how, as much as I know.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counsel.
Good afternoon, witness. I have only one question for you. You've described the special unit that you worked with and the removal of the individuals from prison to then essentially, as I see it, operate as agent provocateurs who cause violent acts to occur in order to, I assume, then get the violent response from other forces that are in the area. My question is, the other forces that were in the areas, the units, such as the IRGC, the local police and others, were they aware of your unit and its activities? And were they aware when individuals that worked within your unit were introduced into the crowds, the protesters, that they were overlooking, that they were attempting to control? Were they aware, to your knowledge?
نیروهای
the other forces that were in the city, be sure that they were all in plain clothes. The paramilitary, the Revolutionary Guards, the police force, and of course their commanders knew about all this, and through the direct order of their commanders, this kind of a group would enter the crowd and to push them towards the demonstrations and violence.
Justice Yacoub.
This unit, I don't want to ask you where, but it was related to a whole province, a big city, a whole state, the whole country, or what? Don't give me the name of the province or state. I'm not interested in that.
This is something that exists all over Iran.
Division of the police, some kind of geographic division would have a unit of this nature. How would you describe that division? Because I'm just talking about structure now. As I understand you, you say that this kind of unit was a regular part of the structured police force.
No, this is not a unit which is a part of the police force. This is drawn from high criminals, that's to say thugs, ruffians, that's to say those people who are known to be evil people in their own cities, and they are organized through security forces, not the police force.
The unit is a unit of the security forces. Then which province does each province one such unit?
As far as I know, you have it in all provinces. Something done. These units.
How many units are you personally aware of the existence of?
I don't exactly know, but I believe that they exist in many provinces.
Do the units get together perhaps from time to time to have meetings and conferences or something to decide how best they can carry out their objectives and to compare their experiences to make sure that they do it right?
Well, the units themselves, no, but the intelligence protection officers, yes, who are in charge of such units, they have their own meetings.
There is an intelligence protection officer who is in charge of a unit, right? That's the immediate boss of the unit. Is that correct?
Not exactly. In some form, yes, but it is not in an. Through security officials, such units, such individuals are being controlled. And they get some privileges. For example, their crimes are being forgiven. They enjoy some privileges by doing so.
Oh, all right, but there must be two parts of the unit. The one part who are actually the criminals themselves, and the other part of the unit are the managers of the unit. Now, I'm more interested in that level of the existence of the unit, its management. There must be some, if I get it right, some non-criminal people who manage this unit. You can't leave it all to criminals to organize, unless I'm wrong about that.
Yes, you're correct. Each of these groups have a leader. The leaders are connected to the security command. According to the orders they receive from the security department, they, in fact, are asked to do certain things, such as vandalism, putting arson, and other things.
You at all for you to say what your level was in the group? Were you a leader or a deputy leader or something, or would you not like to say?
At the present conditions, I don't want to talk about this at all.
So who would the leader theoretically now be accountable to? I understand there's a group. The group has a leader. Who would the leader account to? Who would be the leader's boss?
They will be answerable and accountable to the higher security officials. They're line managers, in fact.
What would that line manager be called? You see, because line managers quite often have names. How would that level of the line manager be described? Who is the boss of the unit? Because I'm going to go higher up. I want to ask you, if you can, to try and go higher up the chain so that we can understand where the the management of this unit sits in the structure.
The Provincial Security Council is above all of them as you go up in line.
Right, and there'd be a large number of, 20 or 30 units, just to give a round figure. What is your estimate? I know you don't know the exact number. More or less, how many units would there be in the province in which you were?
Maybe above 100 of these criminals.
They are brought into action at specified times. Does that mean that at most times those units are not, in the absence of protests and public problems and so on, am I right that these units have hardly any work to do, or do they have other things that they have to do?
They are either thieves or smugglers. They are in prison in normal cases. And whenever they want to use them, they just take them out of prison, and against the services they provide, they enjoy some advantages, some privileges, either financial or otherwise.
I'm sorry, we are talking past each other. I'm talking about the managers of the unit, the good guys, if I can put it that way, the people who run the units. Those people, what are they involved in? This must be just one little aspect of their responsibility? Or would you have 2 or 3 people responsible for the units alone, maintaining them and making sure that they're properly maintained and so on?
The managers of these units are the personnel of the security forces or the intelligence ministry, or they are employees of the guards of a ministry. So they are working in other places. They are receiving salaries from the state for the services that they normally provide.
The prisoner, right? You are a person who receives a salary. I mean, if there are so many people that receive the salary, you shouldn't be troubled about saying that.
Bad.
Yes.
And all right, so there are a number of these people, they receive salaries. What would they do when there was no violence? Would they be involved in other security duties?
If you would allow me, I will not explain.
Have a budget.
Could you repeat, please?
Does the unit have a budget? How much money you can spend on it?
I don't know whether they've got a budget line or not, but certainly whatever activity you want to carry out, some money should be paid for it. Where the budget comes from, I don't know.
People apply for the job in the security services to do this job, or are they moved there?
in the hierarchy. This is a part of their hierarchical job in the military system. It depends on their capabilities. They decide whether they want to enter into such system or not. After they have been employed, they receive some special trainings, and then the higher officials decide whether they want to deploy these people in such sections or not.
Ask the people whether they want to be deployed there or not, because there's no point in deploying somebody there if you don't want to have them there. That's right. If they don't want to be there, it's dangerous to have them.
They are exactly individuals who have no problem with carrying out such duties, with doing such activities.
Can I infer from that that you had no problems in carrying out these duties?
I cannot respond to this question, sorry.
No further questions.
Thank you, witness. I just have a few additional questions. You mentioned in your evidence that the unit, the people who are part of the unit receive training. Can you give an indication about what the nature of the training is?
They receive some military and security training, nothing particular.
Who organizes the training program? Is it done at the city level, the regional level, provincial level, or is there the same training throughout the whole country?
I apologize. You apparently did not quite understand what I said. Well, they are a subsection of the security forces. Based on their hierarchy, they receive some training. They don't recruit anyone from outside to provide such training. According to the official hierarchies, they just provide such trainings within their own systems.
Thank you, sir. My question was whether if you imagine the training, there's certain subjects that the individuals are trained about. Who comes up with the agenda for the training? I understand that it's within the security services, but is it the local security services that train the members of the unit in the particular areas, or is there an instruction from the national level about what the individual should be trained about? That was more my question. I don't know if it's any clearer.
Yes, it is much clearer. I cannot explicitly respond to you whether the instructions and the agenda come at the provincial level or local, but I can say more than 90% of such decisions are being made at the national level.
And just a further question, though I imagine you may have difficulty to answer this one as well. With respect to the activities of the unit in relation to the protests, were the activities of the unit determined at the local level, at the regional level, or at the national level? Any clarity you can give would be really helpful.
I do not understand your question. Could you please repeat it once again?
Maybe I'll give a little bit of an example. So we've been hearing testimony the past few days about what happened in the relevant period in Aban in 2019. So the question is, this unit was operational in different ways. We've been led to understand in different parts of the country. The unit, as you told my
exactly.
You told my learned colleague that the unit operated with bosses, that there was some structure, so there was a manager at the local level. So the question is, was it the local manager who decided what the unit would do, what kind of activity they would carry out in relation to the protests, or was the decision taken at the regional level or at the national level? Is that clearer?
Yes, exactly. The Provincial Security Council or the Governor General or the governor decides where to use this unit and how to use it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. I feel that I'm missing the detail, not because you're not sharing, but more perhaps because we're not using the same terminology. And so perhaps you can be patient with me, and I don't know if you'd be happy to do this, but maybe if you are able to, and if counsel allows us, that he might draw what he's been trying to explain to us at some point and share it with us to see, because I feel that we're speaking at cross purposes. All of us have that, or at least I have the organogram in my mind, and I'm trying to fit in where his unit sits or where such units sit. But it's not clear because they're not within the structure. And so it'd be really helpful to get an understanding of what that structure looks like, because in the written testimony it's referred to, I think, as the anti-riot unit, as an anti-riot unit. Is that correct?
And that's correct. If the tribunal would like, we'll ask witness that after this hearing,
Well, this is not a part of the military organization at all.
For their organization, and let us have. Anyway, the witness is just now testifying again, saying that this is not part of the usual military setup, so it doesn't appear anywhere in the system.
But our organogram has far more than just the military units, and I think within the testimony we've heard references to military, to security, to anti-riot, so I think there's some misuse of terminology that's confusing me at the very least, and perhaps we can give him some ownership of the process and he can demonstrate what he's trying to say in a way that might be easier for us to understand, because I fear that some of it is being lost in the terminology used.
We can put this to the witness, but separate after the hearing, so if he can answer your questions in a supplementary report.
I'm happy with that. It just might clarify it a little more. If he feels comfortable to explain it visually to us now, I'd be grateful as well if he were to, because I think all of us are trying to get to the same point of where this fits in within the bigger map.
I mean, understanding the terminology that he has used, basically all these units are controlled ultimately by Ministry of Interior, which is basically intelligence services in Iran, and under the command of the
Sorry to interrupt. Local. I think we'd rather hear this from the witness. I'm sorry to interrupt, counsel, but either
there is a suggestion if the tribunal prefers to have a private session with the witness at some time.
Should we decide at the end? Should we decide at the end? But I think that might be a good idea.
We will organize that separately. Thank you.
For now, perhaps the witness might answer the simpler question of the relationship between the anti-riot unit and the Provisional National Security Council, because those are two terms that I do seem to understand at the moment. So if I can understand that relationship, maybe I can then deduce some more information.
What exactly do you want me to explain to you about the anti-riot unit and its relationship with the Provincial Security Council, or do you want to know about the hierarchy of decision making? Do they only decide to bring on anti-riot units, or whether they decide to bring them, whether they decide to resort to the local police and who to bring to the protests? All of these are being decided by the Provincial Security Council at the higher level based on the individuals who have participated in the protests and the level of the protest. So this is not a particular thing that we can say that the anti-riot unit will directly enter into the scene. It is being decided by the hierarchy at what level and at what stage the unit should enter into operation.
Okay, so now the police has entered into the conversation as well, which adds to my confusion. So if I'll revert to my initial question. Let's start with the lower level that I understand. So you have the anti-riot unit. From what I've understood so far, the line managers, as you refer to them, the next line up would be the Provincial National Security Council. Is that correct?
We have two things, provincial, then we have a national. We have a Provincial Security Council, and then we have one for nationwide. And then from the nationwide, it comes to each province and each governorate, and they all have their own councils. These are the separate organisms.
Anti-riot unit, the Provincial National Council. Above that, you're saying it's the National Security Council. In between those, is that where the Ministry of Interior sits?
The Ministry of Interior is at the top of this pyramid.
Then I think we need to look at this pyramid because it's very different to the pyramid we've been looking at to date. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, I would like to know, in relation to the training of the prisoner, who do they have regular training, so when the time needed, the Security Council can call them?
They don't have any specific training, breaking windows, set to fire shops. That's the kind of training that they have. It doesn't need any kind of a specific training.
You mentioned that they have they were trained as a special unit or special provocateur unit or whatever they call it.
No, I was talking about the leaders. I was not talking those who are under them.
Mr. Witness, I have one final question. It's extremely practical, which is once a decision is made that your unit would become involved in a protest in a particular area, do the local security forces, whoever they might be, do they participate in deciding what it is that that unit will do? For example, in our particular situation, we want 2 banks burned. In another situation, we want a gas station attacked. Is that something that involves the local authorities on the ground, or are those decisions also made at a provincial or higher level?
این تصمیم As far as these decisions are concerned, some of them are made at the level of the Council, Security Council of the province, and a part of it is given to the leaders, and they will determine what to do when they go to the streets, etc.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask some questions, if I may. From what you've said, well, let me just pick up on the training issue, which I don't understand. Their job, if from what you've described, is going to the streets and acting like criminals. So what training do they require for that? Since they are already criminals.
You see, this is how the way that you have to look at it. Every 10 criminals has one leader, and these leaders have to be trained in order to be able to control those who are under them.
What training does a criminal need to be able to control the other criminals to behave like criminals? Give some details, Mr. Witness. I think that's what's confusing everybody. Give some details. What's the training?
If the tribunal allows me, I talk about this more precisely in a private session.
Private session for this witness, because there's a number of questions I'd like to ask him. I'm in your hands, Counsel, as to when
we will organize a private meeting, but not now, at a later stage, at your convenience.
Okay.
We'll discuss this to see how we can reorganize with the witness and then come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want to excuse the witness for the time being.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Witness, I'm mindful that you want to, and we want to, protect your identity. We want to postpone the rest of your questions from the panel until we can have that in private so that the public will not know who you are. So apologies because it's inconvenient for you, but we think on balance it's the safest course of action. I hope you agree.
No problem.
Shall we have a short break, please?
Let's have a break. 15 minutes, please, to be back. Thank you.
Please be seated. Mr. Chairman, our next witness is witness 227.
Where's the witness in the bundle, please?
It's in the supplemental bundle, page 504, sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Thank you for agreeing to testify. Could you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth,
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
There'll be some questions from counsel now, followed by questions from the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The witness, a male demonstrator, was arrested during peaceful demonstrations on 17th November. He was tortured, badly beaten, harassed, and intimidated. He was tried by a revolutionary court and condemned to 20 months imprisonment. One of his inmates was executed. Witness 227, can you please tell the tribunal of what you witnessed on Sunday, 17th November, and how and why you were arrested?
Yes. It was Sunday, and what happened for us was that a friend of mine let me know that in the city of Rasht and in one of the squares of the city, there had been protests, and as far as I could see, it was all peaceful. That's to say, when we went to the street, we did not see anything but slogans by the people and peaceful protests. There was no violence. We saw nothing else. A few hours passed, and it came to a point that plainclothes forces, including the paramilitary militia and also the Revolutionary Guards, they caused it to become violent. They started breaking windows of the shops, setting fire to buildings, and they wanted to create an agitated crowd in order to be able to have a pretext to arrest them. Because if the protests are peaceful, then they do not have any kind of pretext to beat people up or to arrest them. and they forced people to become violent, and then a wave of arrests and tortures started because they started beating people up on the streets, and then they took them, of course, to detention centers, etc. What happened for me was that in the afternoon of the same day, the 17th of November, we went to this square that I have talked about, and I will be very general now. And when we reached this square, we witnessed a series of slogans by people, and gradually things became violent. Things went forward, and they used pepper spray, truncheons, and also we heard shooting in the air. We were hearing shootings, and they said it was in the air. And as things went on and we were moving, they were trying to take individuals out of the crowd. For example, there were those who would say that this person who is dressed in black should be taken one by one. Individuals, they were taken, they were beaten on the side, pepper spray in their ears, and I would like to emphasize the fact that generally speaking, these protests were peaceful. It were the security forces who wanted to impel people to become violent in order to arrest them. Unfortunately, I was arrested very quickly and very early on during the first 1 or 2 hours that I was on the street. And what happened to me was that they picked me out, and that's what they did with some other people also. They would pick you out, they would push you into a corner, they would push you in a vehicle, and they would take you away. And as soon as they would arrest you, they would beat you up until you would reach the detention center, and you would reach the security institutions. And the shocker, the worst thing was that the shocker hit an old man, and he died right there. And it was the most important thing that I saw on the street. You can also review the statistics yourselves. You will see that the killed people during those protests were in the south of Iran and in the center of Iran. And personally, I did not anybody who was killed, and it's perhaps because I was arrested early on, but I did hear that a number of people were killed. I am, of course, at your disposal here. If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Explain to the tribunal that once you were arrested, what were the conditions of the detention center?
اگه میشه دوباره تکرار کنید قطع و وصل شد صدا.
Please explain to the tribunal the conditions of the detention center.
شرایط ما رو حدوداً
Yes. The intelligence services of the military arrested us. We didn't know it then. Afterwards, we knew about it. They were in plain clothes. We were arrested. I was arrested by them, and it was almost 10 o'clock at night when I was arrested, and a number of others, and the information services that arrested us took us directly, and they blindfolded us, they put the handcuffs on us, and from then immediately they started beating us up for no reason at all. They kicked you in your head, in your side, and they had no fear of beating you up. They would kick you anywhere they could. And during that night, perhaps they changed our place 3 3 times. They took us from the information services to the Ministry of Intelligence. Then from the Ministry of Intelligence, they took us to the police station of the province. Now, of course, this process and the stages were very difficult. First, we were taken to one place. We waited in the information services until midnight. Then we were taken to the intelligence, Ministry of Intelligence. We were 500 people there. It was winter, and one of the things that they would do very conveniently was to strip everybody naked, everybody, and they would keep you in the cold. And this was something, the stripping you naked was something that they did very often. As soon as anybody was arrested, that's what they would do. They would strip you naked. And they would keep you in the cold for a number of hours. And then it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning that we were delivered to the police. Then again, they stripped us naked. They kept us in the yard, and it was morning when they took us into the detention center. They had not given us any water, any food, nothing. And whatever place they took us to, and when they displaced us, whether it was the information services, the intelligence ministry, or the police station, they would just keep on beating us up, no matter with what equipment. It was as if it was a recreation for them. They were amusing themselves. They were having fun. The next day, we were supposed to go to the detention center, and we went to the interrogator, and over there we had an opportunity to contact our families, and we were taken to be interrogated. The interrogator put in front of us 3 or 4 pages of paper, and without reading them, we were supposed to sign them, to fingerprint it, and they would force us to confess, because the interrogator would say, we have a video from you, you have set fire to the bank, and you have to sign this. That's to say, you would sign something for something you had not done. But it was them who did this, for example, breaking the windows of the banks, destroying public property, setting fire here and there. And of course, doing these things themselves, they had to look for people that they could claim to be those people who are the perpetrators. So they had prepared the confessions ahead of time. They made us sign them without having any court session, any fair trial, and we confessed to what we had not done. And then when we were taken to the temporary detention center, that's to say after 48 hours, after 2 days, they gave us some water to drink and some food to eat. And we went to the prosecutor once, and he did not even listen to what we were saying. He just asked a question, what is your name? Why did you come to the street? And once again, they would return us to the detention center in order to make a file for us. And of course, it was a big number of us, and because we were very many, we would talk to each other, and while we were talking, we would find out, for example, somebody's charge was fighting against God, whereas he said that he had not done anything. He was only setting fire to a banner of the leader Khamenei. And very quickly they would charge you, and the charge was fighting against God. And that's to say that an accusation would be very quickly converted into a charge, and this person that they had accused of this, of fighting against God, he was executed after 3 months. Of course, I know the name, but I cannot say it here. I don't want to name him. And after a week, I was released on bail. And they intimidated me very much, and they said that next year if you appear here you will definitely be executed. They said that to everybody, and they said if we see you again without even trial, we are going to execute you. All of these things in order to instill fear in you.
As well? If so, explain the details of that for the tribunal.
شکنجه
From the very first hour that we were on the street, they started torturing us because they were beating you up. Anybody that they arrested, they would beat up on the street. And if somebody was wounded, they would not allow anybody to receive medical care. That's one thing. And the second thing that happened to me personally was that on the street where I was, they beat me up until that's to say the time that I was arrested, and that was my torture, and I was wearing a bomber, and I covered my head with it, and when we were in the vehicle, I couldn't see anybody, I could just hear them, and they were just beating people up until the point that when we reached the information services of the police force, they would beat you, they would hit you in your eyes, anywhere on your body, and over there they would take you 3 by 3, and they would put you in one place. And this is by itself is a torture, because in a very small space, 1 by 1 meter, they would put 3 or 4 people who had to stand for 30 or 40 minutes because there was no space to sit. And after that, they would be taken to the Ministry of Intelligence. It is known as the Blue Building. It is a very horrifying place. And over there in the cold, we had to wait for a few hours, naked, in the big yard that they had. And with any kind of tool that they had, they would try to harm you. And the harm was usually inflicted below the waist, on your legs, on your back. And they would try to beat you or to harm you in such a way that there would be no bruises. They would, for example, punch you in your face, in your head. And therefore, the torture that they inflicted was different for us who had been arrested very early on. They knew how to torture who. That's to say, those that they executed afterwards, the tortures on them were much more severe.
Thank you very much. The tribunal will now ask questions for you.
Mr. Witness.
آقای شاهد، من 2 سوال دارم. عذرخواهی میکنم اگر این رو قبلا گفته باشید و من نشنیده باشم.
Sorry, we're not getting the English translation. Mr. Witness, I just wanted to ask about the trial, if it can be called a trial. You're forced to sign a confession, is that right? But then what happens in relation to the sentence you received? Who gave you the sentence, and what was the hearing in which that happened? What happened during that hearing?
"48 hours after my arrest, and the arrest of those with me, we were taken to the prosecutor 1 by 1. After that, the prosecutor put certain papers before us. The prosecutor asked us to sign the papers if we wanted to be released. They said if we wanted to be released, we should sign them. There were 3 or 4 pages. I tried to read them, and he said, "What are you reading? Just sign it. We don't have time." So we all signed the papers quickly. There were some confessions that they took from us, that we had disrupt public order, that we had cooperated with the thugs, and we regret what we have done, and similar things. There were a number of confessions that was prepared in advance, and we were just confirming them and endorsing them. And after that, we were sent to the prosecutor again, breaking up a lot. And the following day, there seems to be a technical problem. آقای شاهد.
Sorry, wait a second. There's some...
حدوداً چند دقیقه به 10 دقیقه هم
Yes, please.
Could you repeat your last answer, please? There was a problem with the line. We didn't receive all of it. So could you repeat it all again, please?
Of course. In response, I should say,
Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Could you repeat your last answer, please? We lost you completely. Would you like me to repeat the question, or can you remember what I asked you?
I will repeat my answer. After I was arrested, after 48 hours of torture, we were taken to the prosecutor. The prosecutor put a few pages before us, which comprised of a number of confessions. We were not even allowed to read what we were signing. After that, we were returned to the prison detention center, and we were waiting for our turn for the hearing. After we went to the hearing, the only thing that we were asked was our name, our national code number, and we were asked why we went to the street. And the judge was not even ready to listen our response. He just told us, be quiet. We didn't have any lawyer, even appointed lawyers. After 10 minutes, of hearing, we were returned to the detention center. After the detention center, in which we stayed for 48 hours, we were waiting for our sentence. And the verdict by the court was, there was a warrant. We needed to pay something to be free on bail. We prepared the amount. It took a long time, of course, to prepare the money, about a week time, and therefore we were in prison during that time, and they they identified us and filled out forms on our identification and all that during that 1 week.
At which point did you receive the sentence? Did you have to go back to court?
صدای من رو دارید؟
Can you hear me now?
No. I asked, my last question was, did you have to go? Did you have to go back to court to receive your sentence?
No. When we were released on bail, after a few months, we received our sentence, our verdict. The verdict included prison sentence and also some cash fine. We only paid the cash fine because we were a large number of people and they did not ask us to go back to prison. The cash fine, of course, was a hefty amount of money.
Just and one last question. You spoke about a man, and we know his name because we can see it in the statement, and so there's no need for you to repeat it. But the man who was executed, and he was executed, as you've explained, because, or this was your understanding, was that he'd set Khomeini's banner on fire, correct?
Exactly. Khomeini's banner and Iran's flag are at the same level. Burning them is in fact the fight against God. And fighting against God as a charge, according to the law, will be sentenced by execution. And the execution took place very quickly, 3 months after the events. The individual was executed. There were a large number of executions carried out. This was just one of them.
And the large number of executions, how do you know that?
Well, we've heard of some of them, and some of them have been broadcast by media. But what I am formally aware of is the execution of this individual who I personally witnessed and was with me.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Justice Yaqub?
Good evening to you. Did you know what the reason, well, let me put it this way. What, in your view, were the reasons for the protest in July? In November, sorry.
Well, it was clear. People were objecting, protesting against the increase of the prices of petrol by 200%. In 72 hours after the internet was shut down, there was a complete news shutdown, and the people were massacred. So we were not aware of all these incidents until we were released, and after the internet was connected again, we became aware of what had happened. Well, the only reason was that the people were protesting against certain issues, peaceful protests, and the system, the establishment, led it into violence in order to be able to suppress it.
I am interested in what you were aware of before you were arrested. You were arrested on Sunday, right? If you remember correctly, the announcement about the fuel increase was made on a Friday. Is that right?
Yes.
And the protest started on Saturday, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested on Sunday evening, right?
Exactly.
So the protests had gone on for almost 2 days by the time you were arrested, right?
Exactly. The protests started, and the majority of the people were arrested on Saturday and Sunday in a news shutdown. We knew that it is going to become widespread, but we didn't think that it will even spread to smaller townships and villages. The protests from the capital city Tehran and the southern cities started, and after the internet was cut and we could receive the information, it took 1 or 2 days for us to coordinate and to go out into the streets and to decide what to do. And that is why I think it took and the protests continued for 3 or 4 days, as I believe, and they suppressed the protests heavily each day after the other. Of course, this was at the time of the news shutdown.
Now, who is the us who took 2 days to coordinate?
Every movement will have a number of individuals leading it in every province. So some of our friends that we had in the city who told us that, for example, there has been some unrest here and there, and the protests have extended to our city, so you come and join us. And since there was no internet, we had to just wait for the telephone calls and all that, for example, the protests have reached this point, so let's go and join them. So this is how it happened. And this is why after 2 or 3 days, we were able to go to the streets in order to protest.
Heard of the increase in the oil price on Friday, right?
Yes.
What did you think when you heard of the increase in the price, oil price?
When the prices of petrol increased, We heard of it on Friday. Everybody heard of it on Friday, of course. On Saturday, what happened was that we were trying to see what is going on and what is going to happen. Well, we had no role in the start of the protests. They had stopped the internet. They had cut the internet. We could hear from various media that there have been some protests. But when the unrest would reach your area and you would understand that the protests have started because of the petrol price increase, and there are some other demands by the protesters, such as the change of the regime or whatever other demand, it took time.
To tell you where I come from so that you understand me, in my day, years ago in South Africa, when we protested against the regime, one of the things we did, for example, is when rent went up, we got all the people together on the basis that the rent was going up. And we told the people the rent was going up because the government was bad, and that was the truth. So the rent went up was an important thing. But the more important thing for us at that time...
Justice Jacob, I think we might have lost the witness.
Okay.
I think he's back.
All right. So the rent was a very important thing for us, but the fact that the government was bad was a worse thing because one needed to change the bad government. Now, I just want to know, was it the increase in the petrol price in itself just like that? Or were there other things too? Oh, it's gone. I think it's about 3 hours later. Yeah, in Iran, just check the time in Iran.
There is 3.5 hours time difference.
3.5. Okay. So it must be quite late there. So, yeah. No, we can talk about that. No, yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me, Mr. Witness?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So
we can have a voice conversation without a picture, if that's all right. Or do you want me to come back on? Do you want to have my image as well? Which one?
voice conversation is absolutely fine. I don't know about you guys. All right. Now let's hope it's a bit better. Gone.
We may be forced, sir, to move to the next witness until we sort out the technical problems.
من صداتون رو کاملا دارم.
I can hear you clearly now.
الو. الو.
Can you hear me?
من صداتون رو دارم.
I do hear you, says the witness.
Asking you, I gave you a long story, and then I asked whether the petrol price was the only thing, or like in our country in those days, the real thing was that the government was no good.
The rise in the price of petrol was a pretext in order to change the governing regime, which has taken a lot of our freedoms from us during the 40 years that they have been in power. And it is like the situation that you had in South Africa. We made a pretext of this increase in the price of petrol. Although I have to say that it was a problem. Not everybody will have been able to pay the raised price or not. I don't know whether you can hear me or not.
I can hear you well, but I was going to disagree with the use of the word pretext, because pretext is the wrong word. The problem was a real problem, and you wanted the real problem solved that exists now, but you wanted you didn't want only to take out the leaves and put fresh leaves on top. You wanted to have a better root. Otherwise, all the leaves will get corrupted. Is that more or less the idea?
Precisely as you're saying, yes.
Now, so was it known to them, because these people have spies everywhere? Oh.
I think it's cut off.
The number you have called is...
Mr. Chair, if it's okay if we can move to the next witness.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the next witness is 256, which is page 149 of your bundle. Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. Will you be Will you be testifying today in Farsi or in English?
Due to the fact that there might the mistakes might happen, I will try to speak in Persian, so that there is no problem.
Mr. Chair is going to swear you in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. Would you repeat after me, please? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth,
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Questions now from Council, followed by questions from the panel. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, we're aware that you gave a
yes, please.
You gave a statement to the tribunal, and that most of the information you received was from different sources, which you would like to keep confidential. So I'd ask whatever you say to make sure that you honor that. Could you please tell the tribunal what information you wanted to share about November 16th, 15th, and 16th based on your statement?
The information that I wanted to share with you goes back to the methodology of the orders that were issued and the crackdown of the people of Bushehr, how it happened, and those who had a hand in it in the province of Bushehr. If you allow me, before I start my statements, I also wanted to add that in order to know the prevailing situation in Iran better now, we should consider that the country of Iran is led and is managed by a faqih, an Islamic jurist, because he considers himself above the law, and therefore all the laws are dictated by him. And the day that an accident happened in Bushehr, from the Security Council in that place had a hand in it, because the representative of the leader also sits on that council, and that they gave it to the Minister of Interior, and they also communicated it to Prime Minister.
Mr. Witness, one second. Okay. Can you, for right now, can you just focus on the 15th and 16th of November? Thank you.
Very well. On those days before the meeting was held and before the governor took part in the Provincial Security Council, he announced that the view of the leader is that everything has to be wrapped up quickly. And that's what he said in the meeting. And his deputies, and I can name them who they were, if you allow me, I am allowed to name the deputies?
Please.
Okay. The first person is Abbas Barzegazadeh. He was the supervisor of the political office in the governorate of Bushehr, and he was the head of the social office in Bushehr. Saeed Zarifard was the next person, who is known as Saeed the Interrogator, because he is one of the members of the Ministry of Interior in the province, and that's what he used to do before he had the present position. And then you have Mehdad Sotoudeh, who is the development deputy, and also there were other people, but suffice it to name only these three people. These are the three people who told the Governor General that it is better that because of the strategic position of Bushehr, if something is supposed to happen, it will make a lot of noise in the world because of the nuclear problems and all the other problems related to it that the regime has. He said that now that we have an order from the office of the leader, it is much better for us because we can use as much force as we want and we can encounter the protesters as any way that we want. And that's what they did in Bushehr. The protesters, they did not attack a bank, they did not break any windows, they did not do anything. But from the very beginning of this meeting, that's what they decided. The Governor General was not an indigenous person, and he had given all the power of authority to his deputies who were from the place. And unfortunately, the accidents happened. If you have other questions now, I am, of course, at your disposal to respond to the questions.
Actually, turning you over to the panel, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. I'm finding it very difficult to understand your evidence. Now, don't tell us anything that would reveal your identity, okay? But as I understand it, you are talking about Boucher. Is that right?
Yes. In my capacity as a free journalist, I cover whatever pertains to Boucher. So whatever I'm going to tell you here in the tribunal pertains only to the province of Boucher, yes.
Okay. And as a journalist, you would like to tell us about the 15th and the 16th of November, or would you like to tell us about something else? Because I still don't understand what you really want to tell us. You told us something about an announcement that was made, and you said that before that, there was not really any bad steps taken by the authorities. They were always behaving properly. And it's because of this announcement that they suddenly thought that they had the license and the freedom to do whatever they want. That's what you said?
No. The people in charge did not want to have a conciliatory approach, although we were peaceful. What I want to say is that there were a number of people who helped the crackdown, and these are the people who really have to be prosecuted according to the law. Somebody like Khalil Waezi, who was the commander of the police force, he's not the only person who was at fault, and we have to mention the names of these people because they had an essential role in the crackdown and the suppression of the people of Boucher. And what I want to mention here is how this happened in Boucher and how these people were involved in it. Yes, the judge is correct in the saying that I wanted to mention these names here, which have not been mentioned anywhere else so far.
So why don't you start by mentioning one name at a time and tell us what that one person did and why you say he did it? Because as a journalist, you must have a source somewhere. You don't have to tell us your source, but tell us one by one the names of the people you are talking about and what you say they did.
You see, these people were the advisors and the deputies to the governor of Boucher. And before the meeting of the Security Council was held in the province, they had a private meeting with the governor. And because the governor was not from Boucher himself, he asked for their view, for their recommendation, what to do. And these are the people who gave him the guidance, gave him the recommendation. Perhaps in that private meeting, the governor said that the order from above, from the leader, is that you have to crack them down. But the method for it was left to the governor of Boucher. And these people around him decided and recommended that in the most brutal way, the crackdown has to happen and people have to be suppressed. And Mr. Abbas Sabzegarzadeh, as I said, he was the supervisor and the head of the political office in the governorate of Boucher. And he also had another position, which was high position, Mr. Saeed Zarifar. He was also one of the deputies in Bushehr of the governor, and he also was an interrogator before that position. And also Mr. Mehdad Sotouzeh, he was also the deputy for development in Bushehr. And these three are the people who gave the recommendation to the governor for the people of Bushehr in the most brutal way. And the aim was that the protests would be finished and wrapped up as quickly as possible. That's to say, just to suppress them as quickly as possible.
Understand all that. So the name somebody would have taken down, but let's get a bit more basic information. According to your information, when was this meeting held? As I understand you, there was a meeting between the governor and a number of people. When do you say, when according to your information, was this meeting held?
You see, the meeting that was with the governor was the Provincial Security Council meeting. And that was after he had this private meeting with his advisors and his deputies. And it was on Saturday, the 25th of Aban, that this meeting was held.
I'm talking first, let's take it in order. Let's talk about the first meeting first, go to the second meeting second, and see what we're going to do. I wonder, Council, whether, and I ask the members of the panel too, whether it wouldn't be better for someone to consult and get this evidence in a particular kind of order, or do people think we should just proceed as it is?
We have a short statement from him, Justice Yaqub, but
doesn't do it systematically, does it?
no, it is a little bit.
All right. So you think we should just carry on?
Yes.
All right. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's start with the first meeting. When was the first meeting? Well, let's see. At what time on Friday did everyone get to know about the fuel price increase? Let's start there, according to your record and your knowledge.
روزش رو ساعتش رو
As to the hour of it, I don't remember precisely what the hour was when people were informed, but I do know that the meeting happened on Saturday a bit after the suppression took place. That's to say, there was a first meeting, and that first meeting was between the governor and his deputies and his advisors, what to say in the second meeting, which was the meeting of the Provincial Security Council. And in that meeting, they decided that the suppression should take place in the most brutal way. And therefore, this was a decision which was taken in the Provincial Security Council. And on that same day, there was unfortunately the crackdown. Now, what hour it took place, I don't know.
I'm sorry to hold you like this, but the first thing is, you see, at around what time, according to your information, was the first meeting on Saturday?
I think it was before 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, exactly what time, unfortunately, I don't remember it now.
That's fine. And according to your information, how many people attended? This was the first secret meeting. How many people attended the meeting? The governor and how many others, more or less?
you see the meeting that you are referring to, it was the second meeting. That was the meeting of the Provincial Security Council. The secret one that you're talking about was between the governor and his deputies and his advisors. I don't know whether you understand me or not. Before the meeting of the Provincial Council, there was a private meeting before that meeting with his deputies, with his advisors. What to say in the second meeting?
I'm now talking only about the first meeting. The first meeting was attended by the governor, right?
Yes.
And it was attended by the governor and his
Yes.
خیر منظورتون استاندار هستش فکر می‌کنم.
You mean Governor General. The first meeting, the Governor General was attending with his consultants and deputies. The province is in the hands of the Governor General. Governor is a lower rank. Governor was only responsible for the city of Bushehr, but the Governor General is responsible for the province. While in the US, Governor is responsible for a state, but in Iran, Governor General is in charge of the province.
Thank you very much. So the Governor General met with how many deputies and others?
بله در جلسه محرمانه‌ای که داشتن بله این کار رو انجام دادن و در اونجا تصمیم گیری شد که
Yes, he had a meeting with his deputies and consultants, and they made a decision over there to suppress the people who objected the increase in the price, and they transferred the decision-making to a session in which the other people were present, and the session has also been mentioned by the Human Rights Organization. If you want me, I can just explain about the names. And
now, I'm sorry. Let's take it slowly, right, please? I know you're in a hurry, but let's take it slowly. The only thing I want to know now is how many deputies and others attended the meeting with the governor as far as you know.
As far as I know, the ones who were really influential in the meeting were three individuals whose names I mentioned. Abbas Barzegarzadeh, who was the head of the political office and election of Bushehr province, and at the same time he was the general manager of the social affairs of the province. And one can say that Mr. Saeed Zarinfar was the other one who was the who was the Director General for the Economic Affairs, and there was another individual who was responsible for the Development Affairs. There were about 10 people over there in that session, maybe. But the ones who were very influential, according to the documents that we have received, were these three individuals who had the greatest influence on the Governor General.
Okay, that's fine. Then at that meeting, the governor conveyed to them what had been decided by the Supreme Chief. Is that right?
Yes, he told them that the Supreme Leader believes that the protests should be wrapped up as quickly as possible. I can read it and see what exactly the word used was, if you want me. The Governor General announced that the Supreme Leader wants us to wrap up the protests as soon as possible. When one talks about the Supreme Leader's views, that means that he had ordered for the suppression and the crackdown, but in the administrative sessions, never a direct reference is made to this issue. When you talk about the leader, he would just say that you have the discretion, and the Governor General would be authorized to treat the people the way they deem appropriate. But how they should be treated is in fact somehow explained by the office of the leader or the leader himself. Not only he issues the order, but in every city there are some Friday prayer leaders who represent a leader in those cities. And if we consider that the leader of the country was not aware, and this is impossible to happen, that in Iran, no, the supreme leader would not be aware of issues, because he believes himself above the law, and nothing happens in the country without his knowledge. And he was aware of what was going on, and he has a representative in Bushehr, and he is nobody but the Friday prayer of Bushehr. And if he wanted, and he was against the suppression and the crackdown, he could have prevented it. But since he had ordered himself, he had the suppression take place, and he had ordered the Governor General to do the suppression. And the Governor General, with the advice he received from his deputies, and the deputies, since they were local in the province, they decided to carry out the crackdown in the worst possible manner against the peaceful protests, the people who had broken nowhere and had caused no trouble.
Said that about 3 times now, and I want us to get beyond that if we can. So they had this meeting, and was there a document, because you said you can read something about it, was there a document issued at that meeting?
I was not present in the meeting myself, but there were individuals who, because of security reasons, I cannot mention their names. We have some people who have informed us of the result of the meeting.
Take you a copy of the document by any chance?
What do you mean by document? That the Supreme Leader had made an order?
Announcement that he made may have been in writing, and you may have asked him, oh, now, like a good journalist, let me see this.
Khamenei, unfortunately, never directly issues orders. He would never accept responsibility of what he orders. He just speaks in a special way. He, in the Supreme National Security Council, which was held, and the Interior Minister attended it, and the representative of Khamenei was present in that meeting, they decided that the protests should be suppressed. And the Interior Minister had told the Governor Generals that they should suppress the protests. And the Governor Generals carried out the order. This is an unwritten law in Iran. Those who are involved know that when the suppression order is being issued by the Interior Minister, this comes from the leader. There is no need for a written order. And be sure that Khamenei would never give a written order. You are a legislator. You would never give a document that may be used against you in future. So all these were verbally transferred, and it happened at the highest level. No document was exchanged, and we only have what the Governor General had said. He quoted the Supreme Leader that he had ordered for the suppression. And the individual who was present in the session, I cannot explain any further, mention the names, but I may say that the individuals have transferred the information to us. And this is very common in the hierarchical structure in Iran. So you never give a document. You can never find a document from a dictator on which he has written that I will order you to suppress people's uprising. You can never find such a thing in any part of the world.
But now, did you have one person giving you information about this first meeting? We're only talking about the first meeting. 2 people or 4 people? I just want to know how many people you had who told you this.
If I want to give you the names or mention the numbers, then I have facilitated the work of the security forces in Iran or the intelligence forces in Iran in order to identify these individuals. so they would know how many people are informing us. Therefore, I'm not allowed to do so, and I'm not in any liberty to release their names. But if you really want me to do so, well, I may do so.
Their names, all I want to know, all I want to know is how many people gave you this information about the first meeting? One people, two people, three or more?
It was just one individual. But that individual, I did not want to mention even the number. Now, by mentioning the number, which has been one, that makes it easier for the intelligence officers to find him.
Excuse me. Witness, I'm afraid you're not helping the panel with your answers. Your answers are way beyond the questions asked. Please focus on the question and answer yes or no to Justice Jacob's questions. Please do not go beyond the question asked so we can follow your statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one person informed you. When did you get the information, more or less, if you can remember? How long after that Saturday? Was it long after or shortly after?
I may say that I received the information a long time has passed since that time. I don't really recall when I received the information, but it has been a long time that I received the information.
Then, that's all you want to say about the...
I apologize for interrupting. I should also add that I have a page on Instagram. I had published the news on that Instagram page, but the date, I don't remember when I published it or when I received the information.
The problem is that if you tell us where and how you published it, then people will know your name. That's the problem. And you need to find some way of getting...
I don't have any problem with having my name revealed. Everybody knows me.
So, how many have you written newspaper articles on this?
It is not a newspaper. These are things that, of which if you write, you will go to prison in Iran. I have it on my Instagram page. I published it at the time on my Instagram page. As I said, I have Instagram pages and I publish news on the province.
Copies of your Instagram pages somehow? And translations of them?
The problem is that my previous page, as I had published the information, the Islamic Republic closed down that page. I don't have that page anymore. But the second page, my second page on Instagram on Bushehr province is available, but it's not on the same news. That page of mine was closed down somehow.
All right, then then the second meeting. Who attended the second meeting? Just tell us very quickly again.
Okay,
as far as I am aware, Khalil Waizi, Abbas Jamshidi, who was the governor of Bushehr, Ali Asanpur, who was the prosecutor, General Razdor, who was the RGC commander, and we may say, well, these are the individuals that I am confident that they were present. In the first session, there was another name as well. There was another name who attended the first meeting, which I forgot to mention. If you would allow me, I would want to mention that name as well. And that is Majid Khorshidi, the political deputy of the Governor General of the province. I forgot to mention that name. That was the name of an individual who attended the first meeting. And apart from the people who attended the second meeting, all the members of the Provincial Security Council also attended the meeting.
More public. You said that the first meeting was secret. Was the second meeting equally secret, or was it less secret? And if so, how was the second meeting less secret than the first?
In terms of the number of people who attended in the second meeting, we may say there were a larger number of people attending the second meeting as compared to the first meeting. In the first meeting, only the confidant of the Governor General attended.
So how many people attended the second meeting?
Unfortunately, I don't know about the exact number of people who attended the second meeting. It is a confidential meeting anyway. It's not something public. Not everyone knows about it. But I am sure that there were a larger number of people who attended it. And that reduces from its confidentiality because a larger number of people are attending a meeting.
Anything else you wish to add to help us? Something that you have not told us yet.
I just want to stress that unfortunately the crackdown that took place had no reason. The people were just sitting, had a sit-in before the Governor General's office, and they suddenly were attacked by the security forces, and there was no reason for such a crackdown. Another thing that I can remember...
Is this your information?
No, I was not there. I just received the information through some resources.
Quietly, okay. Anything else?
Yes, I just want to say that the police intentionally led the protest to violence.
Okay, that's an inference from what you've told us so far, right?
It is based on the information I have received from inside the governor's office and the province.
You've given us already, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Anything else you want to add? New matter, because we've heard you very carefully.
Another issue is identification of individuals in Bushehr. Happened by the use of 2 drones. And the intelligence authorities attacked the houses of these individuals. So through the use of drones, they were able to identify these individuals and to arrest them.
This is also information you had received. Okay, we've made a note of that.
This is something I have received from my resources.
We have made a note of that. Is there anything else?
Thank you very much for the time that you gave me.
Thank you. I'm glad that you had the opportunity. I have no further questions, Chair.
Good afternoon. I have just a couple of questions that relate to things that were mentioned in your statement. You mentioned that a decision was made when these meetings were held that the special unit should intervene and brutally put down the demonstrations, and I wonder what you mean by the term brutally. Does that include lethal force, or does it mean something else? What did you mean by use of that term? Based on the information you received, of course.
Not only through the information we have received, but also the films that are available and have also been broadcast by Shadi Sadr. It is clear, and we believe in as well that water cannons were used and other means were used, and there were some firearms that were fired, and some people were killed and injured according to the information that we have received.
To be clear then, the statement that brutal force was used, you're using in hindsight, having seen what happened at the time of the demonstrations, as opposed to having information coming out of the meetings that were held that the plan was to brutally put down the demonstrations, if you understand the difference.
خیر من بحث این که مجوز در
No, it is not so. I received this brutal approach through my sources in the province, in the governor's circles. That's to say that it's not only that I watched films and I came to this conclusion. This kind of encounter, we know that it was the Governor General issued, and Mr. Abdul Karim Graver, who was one in the meeting with him, and also the other advisors that I named. The decision was decided, and it was communicated to others. And as I mentioned before, and also the film of which you have seen, we see how they encounter the protesters. In some, I do have my sources, and also those people who had participated in the city in the protests conveyed that to me. I also have announced the names of one or two of these sources before, and they do exist in the reports that I have given.
Goes to what I find to be kind of a provocative fact, which was that people were informed at the time that forces were brought in from outside the province, and that all of the anti-riot forces had covered their faces. Now, the people on the panel have seen films, we've seen films where the security forces do not have their faces covered, not intentionally anyway, some wear helmets, but it doesn't appear that all the security forces have covered their faces. What does this mean here? Is it your information that there was some decision made that the anti-riot forces in Bouchard were going to cover their faces and did cover their faces? And if so, what inference might we draw from that?
If I understand your question correctly, what you mean is that the anti-riot forces, they never covered their faces. Is that what you're saying? Because I said that these forces were brought in from elsewhere, and a number of them had covered their faces, and some of them had not covered their faces. That's to say, we did have both kinds during these protests. That's to say, in the wave of suppression of the protests, we had both kinds. In any event, you also have to consider that it is a city with a population of 200,000 people. It's a small city, and everybody knows everybody else. And therefore, when people come and try to suppress others, they don't like to be identified by those who live there. And these are the ones who had covered their faces.
Thank you. That was precisely my question, was whether this was done intentionally so they could not be identified. And I'm assuming that one can draw an inference from that one way or the other about what their future activities might be. Thank you.
Mr. Witness, can I just ask a couple of questions about the anti-riot forces? First of all, the information you had about the way in which the anti-riot forces were operating came from the same source as the source that gave you information about the meetings? Or did you have a more direct source directly?
بله، منبعی که من دارم
the source that I have, since he was a high-ranking security person in the province, can be trusted because he himself had heard what he conveyed to me.
So that your source had direct information about the way in which the anti-riot forces worked on that occasion, but also more generally? Both?
بله، من همه اطلاعاتم رو از طریق
Yes, I got all my information from the sources who were in the picture of what was happening. Yes, that's how I gained my information.
Okay, and the men, the forces who were brought in to help the anti-riot forces, were these police officers? Were these security agents? Who were they, as far as you understood, that were brought in to help the anti-riot forces?
میشه گفت که اینا رو
we can say that in the context of different organizations, we do have people who specialize in countering protests or riots, and these are individuals who had been brought in from different provinces. They were both from the police and from the security. And I have to say that since I was a journalist in Bushehr myself, I had my sources from then, and these are the same sources who are still in contact with me. They were not gained overnight, and therefore what they give me, the information, is quite authentic and quite credible. I knew them from the time that I was a journalist in Bushehr myself, and my sources said that these people were both from the province and from outside the province, and they included both the police and also the security people.
Did you ever hear from your sources that people had been released from prison, criminals, to in any way assist the anti-riot forces?
در خود بوشهر
I can say that I do not remember that something like this happened in Bushehr itself. But it is something that I had heard before, that it had happened elsewhere. It is something rather ordinary that under certain situations they use these people. But in Bushehr, no, I have not heard anything.
Do you know about this in other places? Do you know anything?
من هم بر اساس
On the basis of what I have heard and on the basis of what I have seen in publications and those who have provided information and in the talks that I have had, this is something that I have heard. I have not had any direct contact about this, but I have heard that those who were in prison, either those who had committed a murder or had important crimes, they would give them a furlough, that's to say, that they would encourage them to come out and to suppress people. But unfortunately, I have not seen them myself in operation. And I don't know anybody who directly knows about the operations of these people either.
Any details about what you've heard about that then? Am I correct? Other than what you've told us?
No, I don't.
Much, Mr. Witness.
You're
I think that's the questions from the panel. Over to you, counsel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witness, for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for your testimony. We appreciate the effort you've made to testify, and we will listen and have listened to your testimony, and we'll take it into account, of course. Thank you very much.
Our next witness is witness number 175, which can be found on page 41 in your books. Forty-one.
41. Page 41. Witness 175. It says on the statement that this witness said he would testify openly but would keep it reserved until the hearing at the tribunal. Has that been resolved?
I have no information. They're telling me 1 second. Hello, Mr. Witness, can you hear me?
Yes, also greetings from me.
Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witness. Thank you for coming to testify. Would you repeat after me, please, the following? I solemnly declare that I will speak the truth.
I solemnly declare to tell the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. There'll be questions from counsel, followed by questions from the panel.
Mr. Witness, if you could tell us in your own words what happened to you on November 16th, keeping in mind any security concerns you may have. Do not disclose anything you do not want to. But if you can explain to us how it is that you joined the protest and what happened to you after that for the panel.
Yes. My name is Omidi. I come from the city of Kermanshah, and on the 25th of Aban, 1398, I wanted to go to work. Of course, from the day before, I knew that the price of petrol had risen, and I wanted to go to work near Sinu crossroads. I saw a number of young people. They had put tires to fire, and they were giving slogans against the government. And after that, minute to minute, I saw that the demonstrators or the protesters were increasing, and it took only a few minutes after setting fire to tires. And when I joined them, the police force came. They had been dispatched from the headquarters in Kermanshah, and the headquarters of the police force perhaps is 100, 200 meters away from that location. They came, they struggled with the crowd, they started beating them up with the batons, with the truncheons, and the crowd were picking up the stones, cobblestones on the sidewalks, and they threw the stones towards the police force, the officers. Because their number was not very high, they retreated and they went back to their headquarters in Kermanshah. And after that, I saw that minute to minute, the crowd was increasing, and other people were joining the crowd. I saw that firefighters came. I saw the vehicle for the firefighters, and they were throwing water at people, and they were trying to put out the fire that had been caused by setting fire to the tires. And the people attacked the vehicle of the firefighters. They broke the windows of the vehicle, and the driver of the firefighters' vehicle was dragged out, but they did not harm him. No harm to the person, and they just let him go. And after that, the crowd started to throw stones and wood pieces, etc., to the vehicle. And in the melee, I saw a number of people, and I did have my experience from the years before in the protests. I had seen it in 1388 protests. I saw these were the same people. Their faces were similar, the clothing was similar, and I knew that these are the plainclothes security forces. And personally, I suggested, and a few others suggested, that they said they said to us, let's go and set fire to the vehicle of the firefighters. I did not accept it, but those other people went and got petrol from these same plainclothes people and set fire to the vehicle of the firefighters. And the damages also were restricted to breaking the windows of the banks. And afterwards, from the Azadi Square in Kermanshah, and which is the main square in the city, we saw that a number of forces were coming towards us. They had military uniform, and it was from the special units, and they were throwing tear gas at the crowd so that the protests would disperse. But people were advancing towards them rather than retreating. And finally, the crowd reached where they wanted to reach, that's to say, the main square of the city. They reached that spot. And from the other directions, you would see from other streets, for example, the Taghabustan Boulevard, or other streets like Modarres Street, we could see that crowds were emerging. And the crowd was swelling, and we saw that forces from a special unit were there, and all around there were a lot of people. It was a big crowd giving slogans, but they were not trying to injure or do any harm to the police force. And then it went on around 12 noon or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We saw that the plainclothes forces who were ready, they attacked the crowd from behind them. All these people who were also the militia, the IRGC, all these I saw myself with my own eyes, were there attacking people. And what I am telling you, these are affiliated with the municipality, but they belong to the paramilitary or the militia force, the Basij. They were attacking people from behind the people. And when they were injuring them and inflicting battery on them with their hunting weapons. A number of people were injured, they were wounded, and as much as they could, they dispersed the crowd. And the special Iran units, they started also beating up the crowd, to throw tear gas, to use water cannons, and these are the things that they did to people. At that time, the employees of the utility companies in the province, they had batons in hand made of rubber, and those who were from the security forces like the militia, the Basij in plain clothes, or the popular forces or the others, you have a lot of them. You have a lot of riffraffs that they have in all neighborhoods and all cities. They were also there, and they targeting people with their pellet bullets, and as long as I was there, I was also targeted, and I received one in my temple. A few of them I had received in my legs, but I was wearing thick pants, so the pellet bullets could not penetrate my skin, and I had only bruises. But the one that I had there in my temple, it had cracked the skin, and it had penetrated my skin, but I was able to take it out myself. And there were other people who had inflicted more serious injuries, some in their eyes, some in their other parts of their body. 4, 5, 6, 7 places in their bodies had been injured because these pellets, when they hit you, they are very hot. So they had to take off their clothes because of the heat generated, and you could see the spots, and you could see that they had been targeted and they had been shot by these hunting rifles. And after this, the crowd was dispersed to a certain extent, and then they started again giving slogans, and the demonstrations were going on. I'm just telling the witness that his voice is not good anymore. We can hear his voice, but it's not very good. We cannot hear it very well. No, the voice is not audible, actually.
Try speaking again, Mr. Witness, maybe a bit closer to the microphone. Try again, please. Could you try and repeat your last answer, Mr. Witness? I think we're losing your voice, the reception. Now you.
الو صدای منو دارین؟
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Mr. Witness.
صدای من هست؟
Can you hear me now?
Please repeat your last answer.
من صدای شما رو ندارم. متأسفم.
I cannot hear you. My phone rang a few times, and as a result, I've lost your voice, your sound.
خیلی ضعیفه. قطع کنین دوباره زنگ بزنین. ببخشید.
I can hear your voice very low, so please hang up and ring again. In Iran and elsewhere, they intentionally are calling me so that I would not be able to testify. Please hang up if you can hear me and call me again. And if necessary, I can give you another telephone number to call.
Mr. Witness?
صدای شما رو ندارم. اگه صدای منو دارین؟
I cannot hear you. If you have my voice, please respond.
We have your voice. Do you have ours?
آره صدا اومد.
Yes, now I can hear you.
And try to repeat your last answer, please.
بله.
Of course. Unfortunately, since many people have my number in Iran, intentionally they call me from unknown numbers so that they would be able to disrupt our communication.
Witness, due to some time constraints, can you move forward in your timeline ahead to when you were arrested and what happened when you were put in the prison?
So you want me to continue from where it was disrupted?
When you were arrested. Can you start from there?
Okay, from the point that I was arrested, I understand. On the 9th of the 28th of Aban, 19th of November, that is to say 20th of November maybe, I was in one of my friend's house that I was arrested. I hadn't explained about being injured. This was the first time that I was hit by a pellet. My right arm was hit by a sniper. They were trying to hit my heart. But since I was moving, they were able to hit my right arm only. I did not explain about all this. Have you been aware of all this?
You mentioned that you were hit by a bullet, and then after that, if you could start with...
I was shot twice. Once I was shot by pellet, and the second time I was hit by a G3 or by a sniper. That's based on what my surgeon has said. I have even sent the pictures to the court, to the tribunal. So I don't know whether you've got my pictures or not, but I was hit twice. I was shot twice. The second time, I was in Jafarabad neighborhood, close to Besat police station, when someone, Nader Bijnavand, who was hit by a sniper in the eye, and along with 30 to 40 other injured individuals. And I was in the best condition as compared to them. Many of them had been hit even by 3 or 4 military bullets during the protests from the Jafarabad police station, either by the police officers they were shot or they were shot by the plainclothes officers. After that, after my injury and after witnessing a number of people being killed in Jafarabad, on 28th of Aban, that is 19th of November, which was going towards the night. And then on 20th of November, I was arrested by the security officers of Kermanshah. More than 20 to 30 armed individuals were over my head when I became conscious. And they blindfolded me, put me in a car, and took me away. And I got to a place where I wish I never reached. I was wishing for my death day and night.
Next, if you feel comfortable.
Yes. After I got to that place, I knew to a certain extent that it is either the intelligence detention center or the IRGC detention center. After a few days, new individuals came. On the first day, I was kept in a hall in which there were many people. Some of them were injured, some of them were individuals who had been identified before. Then they were taken to the solitary confinement. After a few days, when I was kept in that, after a few days that they were kept in the solitary confinement, they started interrogating the individuals. And it continued until it reached torture and beating up. They had certain demands. They brought certain papers to individuals. I was accused of a lot of things. I did not accept any of the charges or any of the accusations. They brought me papers. They asked me to sign them. They brought cameras. They asked me to talk before the camera, to accept my charges and say that I wanted to cause disruptions and vandalism, anarchy, but I never accepted to talk before the camera. They wanted me to confess to things that were not true. Days passed. I didn't have anything to say or to confess. I had a wounded body. I may rather say that I had lost my soul. I was just a body there. They started torturing me afterwards. They said if I did not confess to what they wanted, then I would be killed under torture. During days and nights, I was tortured to confess to what I had not done. And I did not have any armed revolt, and I was among the thousands of people. I had at most picked up a stone. And they wanted a number of people who had died, who had been killed in our neighborhood, to be shouldered by us. They wanted us to accept the responsibility of killing them, and I did not accept that. After the tortures I received, I was finally taken to an interrogation office. If I'm talking too fast, you may warn me. One day, I was taken to an interrogation room. I was asked whether I knew what the sound was. I said, no, I don't know. They said that this is your wife crying and shouting under torture. If you do not confess to what we want, your wife will be killed under torture. I kept silent without giving an answer or saying anything. I had nothing to say. I said that if I want to accept what they are asking me, and even if this is my wife that they are torturing, well, I would be next, and they will kill me after. So I decided to keep silent. Those tortures took hours. I could hear a woman shouting, and the same process repeated several times. The only thing I did was to keep silent. I didn't say anything.
Go ahead.
In the meantime, I asked to have a lawyer. I said, I want a lawyer to represent me. They said, you don't need a lawyer, either inside the detention center or outside the detention center or in prison. We're going to execute you anyway. Or outside the prison, we will kill you, your wife, and your children in whatever means possible. So it is best for you to just confess to what we want from you. And the only means available to me was to keep silent before the torture and all what was going on.
Finally released from the prison.
I was in solitary confinement for 28 days. Sorry, I apologize. 38 days I was in solitary confinement. I don't want you to confuse things. On the 30th day that I was in the detention center, I was taken to the court of Kermanshah. I asked the judge whether these tortures that I had undergone in the detention centers, were they ordered by the judge? He said, no. These are their own, this is based on their own discretions, the discretions that they have. But my tortures would be much greater. You have been using arms, weapons, and you are considered the enemy of God. I asked Mr. Shahbazi, who was the deputy governor, and I asked him, does he have any film showing that I had been involved in any armed conflict so that I would confess? He said, no. You and your family are all anti-revolutionary, anti-revolution. And you and your family are all against the government, and you should all be destroyed, you and your family. Afterwards, when I heard the judge that he said that his tortures are even worse and they are to come, well, I had nothing to say. And Kermanshah prosecutor said that if that's the case, go and write your last will and testament, and we will send you to the prison, and then we'll decide when to execute you. You have 1 more week to think, and then we'll send you to the detention center of the intelligence ministry. If you didn't have anything to say, then you'll be executed after you are returned to me. You will not see the color of life after your return back to me. I went back again to the detention center of the intelligence ministry in Kermanshah. I was tortured again for 1 week by the interrogators and the torturers of the Islamic Republic. I had nothing to lose because I had already gone through all that process. My only means of resistance was to keep silent. And I didn't even talk about the stones if I had thrown any. And when I went back, it was Shahbazi. He was not even a judge. He claimed to be a judge. He was the deputy governor of Kermanshah. He said, now that that's the case, we'll believe you. But there are certain things that you might say so that we would reduce your punishment. Well, I said I had done nothing illegal. And if I had objected and protested, if I had demonstrated, these were not crimes. And if anyone confesses, is because of a crime they have committed. You are the ones who are shooting people. You are the one who are killing people. So you are the ones who are destroying people after they protest. So in Kermanshah, every day is the Aban 98. Every day for our poor citizens is Aban 98. We all see Aban 98 every day. It's not just during the protests that took place for the increase in the price of petrol. That was just an excuse, a pretext. The main reason for the objection of the people was to overthrow the horrific regime of the Islamic Republic.
Hand you over to the panel for questioning.
I think no questions from the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Mr. Witness, thank you very much for giving evidence before the tribunal. We will take into account everything you said.
If you would allow me to speak for 1 extra minute, I want to say something outside the topic of the tribunal. This is for humanity. I want to tell the world what this regime, this government is, and what it wants to do to the world in future. I have written it on paper. Since I am not very literate, I had to memorize what I had written. If you would allow me, I can read it for 1 minute so that the world would know what regime it is that we have and what it wants to do to the world.
Mr. Witness, can you just submit the statement to the council's team and we'll pass it on to the panel?
Actually, just the panel would like to hear it, please.
Okay, even if it's not relevant to these.
Even if it's not relevant. Let's decide whether it's relevant when we hear it. Mr. Witness? Go ahead.
I have written it. I'll just read it for 1 minute so that you would know the nature of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the world would know about the nature of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Mr. Witness, go ahead and read it, please.
This is a fact. One day a friend jokingly asked me if you were powerful. what would you have done to the Islamic Republic of Iran? I immediately said that I find no way but to overthrow this regime, a regime that is trying to destroy the present and future of the world by spreading violence and has, in fact, affected the whole region as well. If the life of this regime is going to continue and the nightmare that is going to create by producing atomic weapons, it will have no doubt in destroying humanity. And this is a regime that does not even have any mercy for the youngsters of its own people, for the young of its own nation. So it has no fear of destroying the whole world and humanity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. We appreciate your...
The Islamic Republic needs the green lands of Europe in future, and the European nations should know this.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I understand that's all we have time for today.
Yes, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, that we cannot call another witness because of the time constraints.
Let's adjourn then until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you.